Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show on a Sunday evening. We're past afternoon, we're evening, a little late here today. Thank you for hanging in with me. Sorry, we are a little bit late, but welcome nonetheless to the Hawks Nest Sunday programming as we come live to you here from Spokane, up in the mountains of Spokane. Hope you're all doing well. We've got some things to always discuss. Yes, it's the dead of off season, like the dead of night. For some, there's not much going on. They're looking away. They're turning to other things. You don't have baseball to look to. Okay. What else are you going to go watch? We don't have a basketball team. All right. So we're just going to have to roll with our Hawks a little bit, huh? Let's dive into a little bit more deeper knowledge. And with that, I wanted to, in this particular show, concentrate and kind of get a plan going ahead of how we're going to kind of stack this. Because at the end of the day, I'm riding along in this journey right along with you guys as far as the forward momentum into the offseason. Who are the free agents that fit right? Who are the draft prospects that fit right? Who's the guy that you've got to get in one area or the other because there's other value in the other area, meaning that it's more dire to, let's say, pick up your left tackle potentially of the future in the second round because there's no availability out there, and there might be a guy there that fits that shoe fits that foot, so to speak. And so you've got to kind of cross-reference both and understand a little bit of both, not just go up to free agency and the knowledge and then go over to the draft, but kind of have them going a little bit side by side in my estimation, so you can get a better understanding of, again, just what it is where's the value at? Where's the ones that you can get depressed value where you're not spending the ultimate high price, but still getting a player who can really help your football team. And as we know, we have a lot of work to do on this football team. There are a lot of not just holes, but guys that are leaving, like potentially Quandre Diggs, who we'll talk about in a second. So we've got to look at the players that are out there and available. And what I've done here is we've looked in prior shows at just a basic list of the free agents that would be in clusters, good free agents. And I think that starts to give you a basic idea. But what we're going to do today is I'm going to give you the top 20 of my list where we're talking about prioritization. Not of, well, this guy's an interesting name, that guy's an interesting name, this guy gives you that, this guy gives you this. But these are the names as I would see them as far as if I was a Seahawks general manager, the way I would try to look at this and saying these are the guys that we got to stack up on our list to really try to target and see if we're in on. You're obviously not going to be able to land a lot of these guys. They'll get priced out. Maybe they don't want to come. But just without me knowing about who's interested or not interested, these would be the guys that I would look at. We're going to look into Wednesday's episode. I'm going to unveil my big board for the first time with you guys. And that's not the necessarily mock draft, but you guys have asked for me to do sort of a layered approach here to the drafts where I can show you round by round where I project certain players. So I'm assembling that list. I'm getting more and more of the draft work done on that. So we're going to be getting a look at that on Wednesday. That'll start to inform us a little bit better of the free agents. Then we're going to start to understand who gets franchised. That'll pare down our free agent list a little bit more. Who's getting released. That'll widen the free agent list out a little bit more. But where we stand now is with these guys, I feel pretty certain. There's a couple of them who maybe could get franchised, but I think most of the guys that are on this list are not going to be franchised. There may be exceptions here, but I just don't think there will be. They will probably reach the open market. But this will be my list. And again, this list is going to be in the order of my prioritization. It's not just a basic top 20 list, but this is exactly how I would put and stack up those guys and where I see them. As well as I didn't get a chance to talk about, before I just dive into the list, I want to thank Chad Brown again. I had Brendan on last week. We got so deep in the Hawk discussion, I didn't get a chance to much thank. Great interview with him this past week. If you get a chance, please go check that out on my uploads. I would love to continue to do some of these Seahawks interviews going forward. He had so many great tidbits and insider stuff, and just, man, if I could have sat down and talked with him for 5 hours, I would have. I had a binder's worth of questions, and I ended up just kind of skimming the surface of what I would love to get into with Chad even more so on that. But I will continue in the background. The feedback's been great from you guys. I'm going to continue to push that in the background and try to reach out to players and see who might be interested and willing, and bring them in for an interview at some point. So, hit your favorite Hawk players out there. Tell them to come on the Hawks Nest. We'll be nice. We don't bite. We don't bite. But here's my top 20 list as it stands right now. This list can adjust as we go forward, but just where I'm sitting right now. Now, no shocker right out the gate. Number one. This is number one for probably not only me, but pretty much almost every pundit out there that would be a Seahawks fan or talking about fits, and that's Teron Armstead. Obviously, this is going to be a pie-in-the-sky hope shot. I think that he's going to probably price himself outside of the realm of where Schneider would want to pay. I think that the Seahawks are going to be going into another route, which is on this list, just a few spots down this list, a little lower. And we'll talk about why they're going to make that choice in a second. But just looking at Armstead and why he should be the guy is that he's been a fantastic tackle. I retweeted up on my Twitter a cut up of him showing some of the skills that he brings to the left tackle position that are unique. His mobility, his power on the run, his ability to turn his athleticism and his short area burst into explosive strength. There are certainly some injury worries with him, but he's not super old, and we're starting to get a nice little baseline with left tackles of still playing at a high level, moving into their mid-30s. He's nowhere near the age of Dwayne Brown. To me, at least, can give you probably 2 to 3 years of still high-level play. And so not only do you find now your replacement for Dwayne Brown, but you also improve the position, as well as now you can cross one less thing off your list you got to go concentrate on amongst a huge list of items. My next one up is one that still remains a bit of a question mark whether or not he'll be released. That's Jason Kelce. He's on a little bit of a weird contract with the Eagles where there's some thought out there that if they don't get a re-signing done with him and move around some money with him, that he would just be released at that point. We've heard no certainty. There's indications to me that he might go back. If he doesn't, coming to Seattle makes the greatest sense. He is an upwardly mobile lineman to the umpteenth degree. This is a guy that is probably the most mobile center, maybe perhaps in NFL history. And he's got more attributes than just that. He's technically very good, fundamentally flawless. But that ability to move 15 yards out in space and lay a block on a cornerback who can usually juke those linemen is a very unique and rare attribute to have. So an exciting player in that realm of things as well. My number 3 guy is Ryan Jensen. I don't think that the Eagles are going to probably let Kelce go because I think the Eagles are going to be in on trying to win this next year. That doesn't mean that you let go a guy like Kelce, who's been a bedrock for you as a player. This, to me, leads your background then to Ryan Jensen. Now, there's news today that's breaking that Ali Marpet, a very, very good, probably like a top 3 left guard in the sport, is retiring suddenly from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I don't know if he was just like, once I don't get to play behind Tom, I'm not going to play behind anyone. Or have him play behind me, I guess is the way that you would say that. And maybe he saw the direction where maybe there's a little bit of reading the temperature, just the reading the room as far as where that Buccaneer team may be going right now, seeing maybe a bit of an exodus here. But this may have the Buccaneers doubling back to Ryan Jensen and going, okay, we got to go address left guard. We're not going to lose our left guard and our center, especially for a team that's probably going to still try to go out and compete next year with still a very good roster overall. So he may be another guy removed suddenly because of the franchise tag. But if not, if he's on the open market, he's another great target, not super mobile, admittedly, but he is a guy that's going to get the job done from the center position. He's a real mauler out there, a real tough guy. He's going to give your offensive line a sense of attitude, the instant he walks in the door. The next 2 guys at 4 and 5 are both very similar players to my mind's eye. There's about a year of difference that separates them. Both of them are going to be Hall of Famers. Both of them have done the predominant amount of their work operating outside as a 3-4 linebacker throughout the majority of their career. First guy is Von Miller. Second guy is Chandler Jones. I've got Von a little bit ahead of Chandler, not because he's better, but just because I think he's going to cost a little bit less than Chandler, who I think is going to somewhere break the bank. Seattle has talked about being more hybridized, more 3-4 prevalent. Well, if that's the case, then bringing in a guy like Von Miller, Chandler Jones to then pair up with Darrell Taylor makes a lot of sense. And as we've looked at in recent years, the pass rush for the Seattle Seahawks has failed time and time again. And this is no small order, okay? This isn't as much just like, the corners aren't covering great. So those 2 things don't kind of go together either, do they? They short sell their pass rush, but they also don't want to blitz to manufacture pass rush. If you're going to short sell your front 4, then you better be blitz heavy. If you're not blitz heavy, then you got to invest in your front 4. That's just what logic kind of determines and dictates there. You've had years where they've tried to rely on rookies, as we saw happen with L.J. Collier, right? Oh, we'll lose Frank Clark. We'll bring in L.J. Collier. It'll be just like flipping one out for the other. You won't even be able to tell the difference. The only thing is the number on their back will be the only way you'll be able to tell the difference. Okay, that didn't really work for that year. And then they did it again the next year because, as I say, this team is sometimes a little hard-headed and doesn't always learn its lessons quickly. Because the very next year after that, you let Jadeveon Clowney go, and then let's go draft Darrell Taylor, the guy that just had a rod removed from his leg. I'm sure he'll be ready to give us instantaneous pressure. That one didn't work out either. And then we saw the newest turn of the screw this offseason where the Seattle Seahawks attempted to build by numbers, by rotation, by depth. Kerry Hyder, Aldon Smith, Carlos Dunlap, Darrell Taylor, Alden Robinson, LJ Collier, Benson, all those pass rushers. So little production. So under the banner of learning your lessons, these next two would be just that. Learn your lessons with one of these two type of rushers or bring in another rusher of somewhat equivalence. Stop going to the bargain basement shopping store for something that needs to be prime cut meat. You need to get the first cut meat fixins from that butcher, not like the 10th. Hopefully the Seahawks learn their lesson with that. Both of these two guys certainly have questions with them with injuries. Both of them have questions with age. Both of them have questions with cost. That's why I say they're both very similar. At the same time, pairing them up with Darrell Taylor significantly improves your pass rush and helps your overall defense. My number 6 guy is who I would like to see actually even above the two guys be targeted at the end of the day, though I have to admit those other two guys have just a little bit more overall maybe production to their game so far, and that's Jadeveon Clowney. I've talked about him a ton on this channel. I love the year that he came in here, that year that, he only had 4 sacks, and then blah, 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 blah. He was our only pass rusher that year, and he got double-teamed and triple-teamed at the highest rate in the NFL, one of the highest rates in the entire NFL that season, because word was out around the league that we didn't have any other pass rushers, and he was the only problem. Get those double teams away from him. Get another pass rusher on the other side that actually can threaten, or let's say, God forbid, we get somebody up the middle that can threaten, and you'll see Clowney be very effective as a pass rusher. He's already great as a run stopper. One of the better edge-stepping run defenders in the entire sport. He's got that in his bag day one walk in the door. And last year, he actually gave you 11 sacks when you had Myles Garrett on the other side of him, somebody taking away some of those incessant double teams. I'm still pro Clowney. He cost, I think, quite a bit less than Chandler Jones, probably a little bit less than Von Miller. All three of these guys kind of sit in the same bracket for me at the end of the day. But I would say that these are guys that you would make a priority because I also think that there's a little bit of a drop-off off these three a little bit. Good players beneath them, guys we're going to get to here shortly, but there's maybe just a tiny drop to a degree. There's still some interesting names. Let me get down this list, though I know I'm blathering on here. Eric Fisher of the Indianapolis Colts is another guy that I would take a look at. This is, again, a matter of priority. This is a matter of not who is the best free agent on the board, but it also need and looking towards the draft and what is available. Guess what? When we're picking in the second round, there's not necessarily a great likelihood we're going to be able to find our left tackle of the future, and you're damn sure not going to find it in the third round. So that draws us away to what's the priority at that point, finding the left tackle in free agency, because if you whiff it out in free agency, and it ain't there in the draft, that means you're looking at rock and stone Forsythe day one out of left tackle. And if we're talking about a team going for it, if we're talking about a team playing for contending status, which is the indications they're giving us, you're going to need to do better than that. You miss out on Teron Armstead, which is highly likely. I think you then go to Fisher. I know that on my channel here, he's got a little bit of lukewarm feeling out there. Again, I'd love to go find a dominating left tackle out there. If Taylor Lewan slides out, who's not dominating, but at least better than average, versus Fisher, who's probably about an average left tackle, then, that'd be great. I'll jump on that as I'm making it the priority on my list here, I'll make it the priority as we don't. That's not available right now. We can only deal with what we know to be available. We can only deal with what we understand the draft to be dealing out as far as the cards on the table. And those cards tell you aren't finding a left tackle in this draft unless you're picking in the first round. And guess what? We don't have a first round pick. Fisher's not going to cost a tremendous amount of money. He was very good for the Chiefs. He had a big time injury in the playoffs about a year ago. That injury was late in the year, and then he came back and almost played instantly for the Colts last season. And to me, You hear, for instance, Taylor Lewan talk about his torn ACL and coming back this year off of it and how it hindered him and just trying to round himself back into shape. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if Fisher has the same sort of situation going on with him where you give him a year removed from this now. You're getting him at a little depressed price because his performance wasn't as great coming off a year removed from that major injury. Maybe then you can get a guy in who, again, helps the position, gets you an answer for Dwayne Brown's leaving, and is a maybe marginal, maybe at that point, replacement. Maybe marginal, maybe just equivalent. Below here, I've got 8, Hassan Reddick, another guy that's a fan favorite here on the blog, a guy that's just, again, him and the next guy below on this list are just tick below edge rushers than the 3 guys I mentioned. Reddick is a guy that's really developed as a player. He's a little bit of a reason why sometimes with guys, if they don't develop in that first year or 2 years, you got to give them a little bit of time, especially if they're a player coming out who was sort of positionless. He's sort of moved all around the board by the Cardinals. They couldn't kind of figure out what they wanted to do with him. Is he an outside linebacker? Is he a pass rusher? Is he an edge guy? Where's he at? Now he's just going to the linebacker, going after the quarterback, doing it well, doing it fairly efficiently. He's put up a couple seasons now of legitimate production. Probably going to cost a very good sum, and that's what's going to make it hard for me to swallow with this guy with Seattle looking at bringing him aboard is goodness. Are you talking $14 million a year for this guy? It very well could be upwards around that price. It's kind of hard to say. Pass rushers there's no middle market sometimes with these pass rushers. They go top end, high of the high, or they're dipping down into that $10 million range of things per year. So it's a little tough to say. But Hassan's really good, really flexible, gives you a lot of versatility. He could play Sam. He could play either end as far as a pass rusher. He can stand up and play an outside linebacker. He can put his hand in the dirt. Kind of can do it all from that aspect. Probably could even give you a few will snaps if you wanted at the will. Probably not a lot, but maybe a few if you needed to do a little wrinkle from time to time just to kind of throw a different look at the offense. Number 9 is Emmanuel Ogbah. Shout out to John Robinson, having me going back and looking a little bit more at his tape here recently. A really, really good player. Has come another player like Hassan Reddick, where they come on, maybe they're a little raw to begin things early on in their career. They're kind of developing and coming along, and now as they round into their prime, they're rounding into shape. And he is doing that. This would give you a guy, if you want to go to a hybridized 3-4 defense, the thing you're missing most right now is a 3-4 defensive end. I think you could get away with finding it with what you have here between if you bring back Al Woods and Brian Monet and maybe even Poona Ford, you'll find your way at the nose tackle. Defensive end, though, remains a big-time question. I think Hyder is the only one who can really do that on this roster. Maybe Collier if they, God forbid, decide to keep him, but I hope they wouldn't do that. Ogbah would give you a guy in that position who not only can be scheme specific to that 3-4 defense as a defensive end, but give you impact from the defensive end position from that realm of things, which is hard to do. 3-4 defensive ends don't tend to give you a whole hell of a lot of production. My number 10 is Larry Ogunjobi of the Cincinnati Bengals. Really not necessarily sensational against the run, but I think if you put him in as a sort of a 3-tech defensive tackle pass rusher, I might have him a little high on my list here. But I'm just sort of, again, bringing up the thought process here that the most important things to me this offseason are dealing with the offensive line and defensive line, getting your trenches right. I think he is a very good pass rusher. I look to the draft. There's a couple guys that are interesting in this draft that will probably be available around the second round. Perrion Winfrey is a guy that will be there. I don't think Devontae Wyatt will be off the board in the first round. He will be completely gone. But there's a couple of those guys that would be interesting guys to look at in the second round there. Travis Jones, maybe, if you want to go get a 1-tech or 0-tech there for a 3-4. But I do think Ogunjobi would give you a 3-tech guy who's still kind of going into his prime here. Guy just kind of come along, really starting to develop. Interesting player. Number 11 is Dwayne Brown. Again, Dwayne Brown is not the 11th best free agent out there. This is not about the best free agent list. This is about the best needs of the team and the highest prioritization of that. Dwayne Brown has been beaten on by the fan base this offseason, beaten on by me. I've done my share of swinging the stick, no doubt about it. But at the end of the day, you move past the top 3 left tackles on this market, and it is a cliff. It is a cliff. And if you go to that cliff and then you get to the draft, you're probably not finding your starting left tackle into next year in the draft either. And then we've got an emergency situation. Okay? That's all hands on deck type of, that means you're going to be like drawn to having to make some sort of crazy train, Ozzy Osbourne type training camp trade to go get a guy and give up future draft capital to make it happen because you didn't get it done now at this point in time to at least solidify it down. I don't love the thought of bringing back Dwayne Brown necessarily, but I also think his year last year and how much he's beaten on about it is a little bit overstated. He had a little bit above average year as far as left tackle goes. He's normally throughout his time here in Seattle been a top, let's say, 6 tackle in the sport. Last year, he was a top 14 tackle in the sport. Still got something to bring. Going to have some bad snaps. Going to have some times where he looks a little bit like, ooh, boy, he's getting older. But the options are what they are here. And in a market of scarcity, you've got to deal with what you've got. Number 12 is Akeem Hicks. Seahawks are rumored to be very interested in Akeem Hicks coming up out of the Chicago Bears. Sean Desai specifically supposedly likes him quite a bit. I think I've gone a little bit hard on his year last year. He had a little bit better year last year than I thought, even though I don't think he was able to play a ton of time. A big-bodied guy, you could move him all over your defensive line and let him just attack. He is just overwhelms guys with his size. A really good scheme fit in a 3-4. I don't know how much he fits into a 4-3, but in a 3-4 you could make it work in there, and maybe he's got a little bit in his bag still. At this point, you probably do want him in a rotational role as he is getting a little bit older, and there are those injury concerns. Number 13 is Ben Jones. You lose out on Kelsey. You lose out on Jensen, much like as I was talking about Dwayne Brown to the first 2 left tackles above him on this free agent list. It's the same with Ben Jones to the other first 2 centers above him. Jones is not amazing. Jones is not a Pro Bowler, but Jones is solid. And once you go past those first 2 guys, Jensen and Kelsey, and you get to him, and again, you get to your cliff stage of things in free agency here now. I will say on the other side of this that when you look to the second round of this draft, well, I don't think that there's a left tackle there that Seattle's going to be able to necessarily pluck. There is going to be a couple of center prospects there who could be there, including if we had our dream scenario, would be Linderbaum. I don't think he will last outside the first round, but if he were to slide, and shout out to Randall McDaniel for doing some research on this, they do tend to slide a little bit in that realm of things, and if that happens, hopefully maybe Seattle can jump on him at that point. But Ben Jones, again, at least shores you up so that you can go into that second round, because it was as we like to go into our draft. You want to be able to pick the best player available, not be having to pick from a position of need. Oh, well, we missed out on Kelsey. Oh, well, we missed out on Jensen. I guess we'll just we'll sign Posick and we'll draft the best center in the second round. Not a good draft strategy to go that direction. That doesn't lead to drafting success. Ben Jones also helps you in bringing in a center and a guy like this who's you're not going to have to wait for him to rough out his edges. He can come in here and be an established, knows what he needs to get done. And again, I think be relatively solid in what you're going to ask him to do. Number 14, Stephon Gilmore of the Carolina Panthers. Seattle has flirted with trying to bring him over before. Schneider's had interest in him before. Richard Sherman just recently said that he thinks, I don't know if he's, again, speaking out as you know what, as Richard can tend to do, or if he is actually connected on this. But speaking that Stephon Gilmore was he expect to sign with either the Seahawks or the San Francisco 49ers. Seattle has never made a big-time free agent deal to any corner out there on the market. I don't know what Gilmore is really going to command at this point necessarily as far as, let's say if you look at Darius Slay and what he was paid a couple years ago versus what Gilmore is going to get now, you go, I don't know if he's going to command exactly that. Probably a short 2 to 3 year deal. It's going to be a decent money. Maybe you're paying him $12, $13 million a year, but I could see them going in that realm of things, especially if they don't have a deal with Reed. Potentially, maybe if they wanted to go with DJ Reed and then bring in Gilmore and then just have a tandem and do that for the first time ever. It would surprise me and shock me, but not outside the realm of contention if Seattle's looking to try to do different things than they've done before. And if you want to go to more pressure-based packages and attack-based packages, you're going to want to run more man while still being able to go back into riding into some zone-based stuff. So this means that having corners that can do both of that, and that's a hard skill set to find, that's at a premium. Well, guess what? That's what Stephon Gilmore has in his bag. It's part of what made him a Defensive Player of the Year award winner at one point there with New England, made him a great corner there here throughout his career, is that he can play in both of those two and kind of do both equally well. So that would be an interesting guy to me. Number 15, Devin McCourty. This would be anticipating, of course, the loss of Quandre Diggs. The Seattle Seahawks are negotiating with Quandre right now. I don't know. I don't know how sincere these negotiations are. Maybe they're very sincere. Maybe they are really going to bring him back. I still remain that I'd be surprised if they do. I don't know why they would be choosing to do this now versus training camp when he had earned the contract extension, or midway through the year when he had been balling out through the season. Still didn't give it to him there, despite the fact you're sitting on $10.5 million of cap space. But now you choose to do it at this point when he's injured. That's a bit odd. Devin McCourty's a guy that Brendan Nelson's brought up that I think has been a great idea on his part to bring in. He'd be like a stopgap guy. Wouldn't have to give him as much money that Quandre Diggs gave him. You'd have to give Quandre Diggs. Still giving him a little bit of money, but again, short-term deal, less money, and you're still bringing some kind of impact to the position there rather than getting by with just a rookie or wishing on a star that Marquise player can somehow find his way to getting healthy. Number 16 is Orlando Brown Jr. of the Kansas City Chiefs. Now this move would have to be predicated upon the back of Orlando being willing to move to the right tackle position. If he wants to continue to try to remain at the left tackle position, I'm a big fat no. He's just, it's not worked there. This is part of the reason that I believe the Chiefs are letting him go. Is they're going, we don't want you there. He's going, but I want to be that. I want to be the left tackle. You're just not a left tackle, my guy. He's a Mauler type dude. He is a traditional right tackle type, a very good right tackle. I think you move him back over to there, and he's going to move back to being a solid player over there. Maybe not having the mobility Seattle looks for, but again, as people have referenced a little bit in the McVay scheme, he's looked more for the mobile lineman within the interior of the line, and he's been more willing to go big on the outside. Number 17, Calais Campbell, the Baltimore Ravens. This is another guy John Schneider has had an affinity for a very long time. They have, I know, wanted to look at trying to bring him in. I know that they have also had drafts where they've taken guys that they thought could be Calais Campbell incarnate second generation, as they did with Malik McDowell. They referenced Calais Campbell in the day that they drafted McDowell. Well, Campbell's now available, not going to cost a lot. You now maybe have more of a door to open to him than you have in the past because you're going to more 3-4 principles, which is what he's operated in mainly within the given history. He still posted an 80 PFF grade last year, which is outstanding. I'm not certain that the Ravens are going to let him go or let him out of their grasp. With that being said, even though he is the age he is, this guy could bring impact to your defensive line on a rotational basis, even at his age. Number 18, O.J. Howard. Tight end, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. A guy that, again, just got relegated to kind of the back seat there in the tight end room. He was coming on with Brady doing well, tore his ACL. Gronk was in there. Took him a little while to develop and the Buccaneers to figure out what to do with him. Quite frankly, Bruce Arians has never had a very rich history with utilizing the tight end position very well, in my opinion. It's always been like, get it to the receivers, and the tight end's just something that he does out of like, okay, because I have to. So I still think that Howard has a lot to his game. He came out as one of the more complete upper-level tight end prospects to come out in probably the last 5 years. I think that talent is still there, a guy that can run block, a guy that's got no limitations as far as getting open, making great catches with his hands. Feel good about that. So I'd loved him. Take a look at OJ. Don't think he's going to cost a ton of money either. 19 is Jason Pierre-Paul. You miss out on these front 4 or 5 pass rushing guys. You don't maybe, let's say, want to go with maybe a pass rusher in the second round, though there will be some value there to pick in the early second round. So you go, let's just get this nailed down here with our pass rush. You bring in Pierre-Paul, and then you have a rotation of Pierre-Paul, Dunlap and Taylor is sort of your forefront guys, and then you're moving in around them, trying to get maybe some second-tier stuff working in around them. I don't love this as option A1, but again, this is a little bit about driving us into the draft to be able to pick best player available versus having to pick for need, which is, again, the more I look at drafts and study drafts is where you find yourself falling into the most type of trouble is going into drafts going, okay, we need to get our third wide receiver. We need to get a starting cornerback. We're going to need a left tackle. That's not a win draft. Number 20 on my list would be Morgan Moses. Again, this is a guy like the Orlando Brown Jr., who's mobily maybe a little deficient, but he is an outstanding run blocker. And again, as I just tried to say a second ago, with McVay's scheme, it tends to lean towards wanting the mobile lineman inside and being okay with bigger towers on the outside. No one has ever been confused with looking at Andrew Whitworth and calling him a mobile lineman at 6 foot 11 and a half inches or whatever he is. Guy's a monster. So you can maybe in this scheme afford to at least have the tackles be a little bit bigger. They're not asked to maybe do as much second level stuff. They got to hit the reach blocks, but maybe they can not have to do a little bit less, maybe perhaps the pulling and whatnot. I do have a bottom 5 on this list, which we'll maybe get to here later on in the stream. But that would be my top 20 list as I see it as far as priority going into this free agency. Let's see what you guys think here in the chat. I do appreciate you watching today. Please do hit that like button if you are watching here in live or even on replay. It does help the channel out tremendously. I really do appreciate it. And let's get to the good. Let's see what you guys think. As well as I've been diving into the draft prospects, so I've been trying to look at as many as I can. I'm getting more and more names. Wednesday's show, I will be unveiling that draft chart where we're going to really be talking more and more about prospects. But if you want to talk about some guys tonight, I'm not gonna say no. You know what I mean? I'm not going to say no. Randall McDaniel with the $20 donation, starting us out hot and heavy and right and beautifully. Thank you, Randall. You are amazing, brother. You're always amazing. I really do appreciate you. He says, Sunday ain't Sunday without some Hawk talk. Like, subscribe, and hit our boy with some scratch if you can afford it. Thanks for what you do, Brando. Hashtag go Hawks. Well, thanks, Randall. I really do appreciate it, man. Very kind of you to say. And I got to do my Sundays minimum. I want to try to do my Wednesdays as well, but I also want to make sure we've got something maybe percolating as far as news, and we're not just going live unless there's actually something for sure. And I'm going to get more of a track here as we go forward as far as shows that I want to concentrate on certain given items, let's say. But appreciate you, Randall. Very kind of you, man. One of my OGs on this channel, donating since day one. I appreciate you, man. William Leonard, hey, how's it going? Good to see you. Megan, greetings 12s. Hey, Megan, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. John Sims, you dropped your cup. Yeah, I dropped my cup. I hope you guys like the new opening there. Got to give you guys some new openings from time to time. You know what I mean? Got to keep you guys on your toes with that stuff. Goodness, sorry, I'm already behind the chat. Charles Rather with the $10 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says, Brando, great to see you again. Awesome interview with Chad Brown. Loved seeing a cat from the early Paul Allen days. Hopefully he gave you an idea of some cats that might be up for an interview. I have not, it was, the one thing with the interview was tough was just, I know he's a little pressed for time, and that was the tough part to get into more, but I would have loved to have asked him on that. The thing is, I definitely would love to do another interview with Chad. That was a phenomenal experience as far as I'm concerned. He's a wealth of knowledge. Talking to former players, there's nothing like it as far as the insight that they can give you and a little bit of their perspective of things. But I'm glad you guys liked it. The feedback's been great on that, and this is a new, I think, opening on this channel as a way to go through. We just got to find a way to get to these players to get them open to come on the channel. Let them know they're coming in to, it's an interview to celebrate their career and to celebrate what they did. And, but Chad was awesome as well. He really brought the energy and, really just, it was tremendous. It turned out way better than I would have thought even on something like that could have. So thank you, man, though. I really do appreciate it. And thanks for the donation, Charles. Very kind of you. You too, Randall. Drop Top Submarine, how you doing? John Sims, hello. Jesse Lund, what up, what up, what up? Good to see everybody, even though I can't see you. No worries, Jesse. Hope you're doing well. John's playing SimCity. Nice. I think I'm going to do some Civilization later on. William says, Spoken Stan, Spoke Compton, Inland and Bear. Yes, that's it. All those names apply. All of them do. Michael French says, vets over rookies. Yeah, that's what I'm with, Michael. I mean, this is a little bit of where you've guided yourself as a franchise. You're not sitting on a first-round pick. You're sitting on ample cap space. You got money to burn. It's not a great free agent market. I'm going to be honest with you guys on that. It's a little bit of a lightened free agent market this year overall. A lot of older guys, a lot of guys with some injury concerns. But, this isn't from a strategy standpoint a place that you would ideally want to land at. But you've landed here because of the decision-making that has taken hold and root through the organization as far as, not spending money great in the past, not drafting really all that relatively well recently. Well, this now drives you to, if you want to continue, if rather than do one, you have two choices then if you go forward after those type of things happen. One choice is to rebuild, gather assets, take down the cap, roll some over for a year, get yourself back to contender status in a year, or try to remain in contender status, which means putting the chips to the center of the table and not sitting on 2 and 3 year plans. At that point, you're all in. And they've made that's the decision that the front office has chosen to make. John Robinson, what's up, John? Good to see you, man. Randall, combine starts in 2 days, legal tampering in 2 weeks. Oh, combine starts in 2 days, legal tampering in 2 weeks, owner meetings in 4 weeks, draft in 2 months. I mean, it's going to go fast. There's no doubt about it on that, Randall. No doubt about it. And combine will be interesting now that the players have announced they're going to not have like 120 of them, I think, miss the thing. They're actually going to show up. So we'll see how it goes. I will say some of these players now are doing less and less of the drills of the combine, and they're going more to their pro day numbers, which means you don't get as much necessarily data. You got to kind of cobble it together. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez. How you doing, Jose? Good to see you in the house, man. Hope you're doing well. Randall, I bet you could get Lofa or Trufant. Randall, I've reached out to Lofa. So you guys are free to hit Lofa up on Twitter, but I've hit him up on Twitter. You guys want to hit him up? I would love to get him on next. That'd be awesome. And Marcus as well, Randall, has an email contact off of his Twitter, and I reached out to that. So I have sent invites out to both of them. But if you guys want to hit them up too, strength in numbers, baby. Strength in numbers. Megan says, thanks for asking him about Mr. Allen B. Would love to learn more if he comes back. Me too, Megan. And I would have gone more into the Paul Allen mold of things with it, but it was definitely, and he was kind enough. He only had 25 minutes and he gave me like 45, and he had to go to get on a flight. So I only scratched the surface on the questions. I'd love to, I would have loved to have asked him about flood zone concepts. How as you as a linebacker do you keep from taking the cheese, from leaving your zone and getting flooded all the time like our linebackers have? How can you teach that? There's so many little things within it that you could ask. But I just didn't have the time to do it. But I still got my questions, and he said he'd love to come back at some point. So I'm gonna gather some more and have him pepper him with some more at some point. I'm sure if I can talk him back into it. John says, I wish you would have asked more questions on the current regime and what he thought would bring the Hawks back to greatness. I would have too, John, and I had the questions on the list, but the second I got him on the line, one of the first things he said is, because I was trying to do the prep on him, and I'm like, okay, here's what I'm going to do, Chad. I'm going to ask some questions on this. I'm going to ask some questions on that, so I hope you have the time. And then he said, you've got 25 minutes. So, I had 25 minutes. That was all I could get the time in, and I got him stretched out to 40, but I just couldn't. I used up all my time for sure that I could. I will try, John. If I get him back, make no mistake about it, I certainly will try to get more of those kind of questions in, though. I'd love to be able to do that. Ethan, Lofa is pretty active on social media. One of the first jerseys I ever had. He is. And I hit him up. So I haven't said, hey, I know he's got a podcast. I said, I'll promote your podcast here. I know my subscribers will sub to it. So, we'll see. Fug Uber says, hello from Bangkok, born in Seattle. Hey, how's it going, Fug? I hope you're doing well there in Bangkok. Good, always good to know that the Hawks Nest is worldwide here. Worldwide, Hawks Nest. But good to have you tuning in. Randall, how did you reach out to Chad Brown? And can you give us a peek behind the curtain on the convo behind the interview? Did he ask you not to bring up anything? Oh, good question, Randall. I reached out, I DM'd him on Twitter, and he responded back really quickly. There wasn't a lot of conversation in the background. I did that initial, I sort of told him, we got on the line with our call, and it was like, all right, I kind of broke him down of what my trek was going to be, because I didn't want to kind of prep him for if I was going to ask any questions that were out of line, if he had ones that he didn't want to touch on. But to Chad's credit, he didn't ask for me not to ask. He didn't say there's no subjects that are taboo. There's no places you can't go. And I mean, he was giving up tidbits, that stuff that you wouldn't normally, like the Holmgren thing that he mentioned was just, to me, kind of mind blowing. I had never heard that. Maybe that's common knowledge out there about the Holmgren in '98, telling them half the team they're not going to be returning back. And then like 5 different things go right for them with games outside of their control to get them into the playoffs. And then Holmgren's got to come back and talk to them all in the locker room and be like, yeah, guys, so half of you are still leaving, or more than half of you are still going to be gone this offseason, but we've got to go play Marino at home next week. We got a home playoff game. So, yeah, like that, I was like, geez, what what a great little bit of information that I was unaware of completely. Again, the perspective that he can give you from what was going on at that time was awesome. But no, we didn't have a lot of time to talk. And certainly once he said, I got 25 minutes, I was like, all right, let's get to the questions. That's why you can see me in the interview. I'm kind of cooking along a little bit like, all right, next one, rather than, I probably would have had more back and forth with them a little bit if it was a more casual thing. If it was like I had an hour, for instance, but it was like, all right, there's some stuff I want to get to, stuff I absolutely want to ask them about. Bangkok says hello. Randall says, I have a good feeling middle linebacker gets it figured out. Oh, Major League Baseball gets it figured out in the next day or so. Well, there's certainly a lot of pressure on them to do so. People are not happy with what's going on there. I hope they do. Randall, I heard Ali Marpet is retiring so he can dive headfirst into quantum physics and work at CERN full time. Jeez, really? Well, I mean, if there's reasons to retire from football, that sure goes beyond just sitting on a beach under a sun all day, sipping on Mai Tais. Paul Third says Russ's social media moves for more money or to prompt a trade. Either way, patience is worn thin with his 6'4" attitude on a 5'11" frame. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm not a fan of the theatrics of the quarterback position, Paul. I was trying to see if I could get Brendan to bite a little bit on some of the stuff lately, and it's a bit of the position. But the diva stuff used to be wide receivers, Divas used to be cornerbacks. Divas used to be running backs, even a little bit. Running backs have always been a little bit pretty low key, I guess. But boy, just the new quarterback model of drama, because it's the old saying of there's no such thing as bad press. Sure does wear me out a little bit. And, I mean, I don't know, you see again some of the Seattle reporters trying to just be like, oh, it's nothing, I'm scrubbing his social media account. No, it's nothing. It kind of doesn't feel like nothing, does it? And if it is that kind of game being played here of you do need to trade me or you do need to renegotiate with me on a new contract because I need to get back into getting more money again, $50 million a year. I don't know if it's that, Paul. I don't for sure. So we'll see how that's the good news about this is we get to see which way what is within the next, basically month and a half before the draft. But sure is growing a little bit kind of thin with me too, a little bit. Megan says Clowney's a must get as far as I'm concerned. We need him here big time. He is for me too, Megan. To me, he's a high priority. I think Miller and Chandler Jones are going to cost a country mile. Clowney is a little bit younger than both those two guys. To me, he can do both 4-3 and 3-4 stuff, which is a part that we've got to build into this a little bit. Is Seattle's not just going to now 3-4 defense. They're going to be multiple. 4-3, some 3-4. So having defenders that can do both, and Clowney can be a stand-up outside linebacker. He can be a Leo. He can be your power, strong side, left defensive end. He can even play what they call a spinner role in a 3-4 defense, where you're bringing these blitz packages up, right? And so a 3-4, you've got your nose tackle up over the center. And then you have your defensive ends up over, usually you can sometimes have them depending on the fronts you're trying to throw. If you're trying to throw a bare front, you put them with the guards, or if you want to, you can put them a little wider than that if you want. But then you stack him up basically between the defensive end and the zero tech. He's standing up in this spinner roll over the top of the guard. And Clowney was good with that role in Houston. In fact, if you go back and watch the Seattle Seahawks 2017 game against Texans when they came into Seattle, and it's the game I'm working on right now for the Great Seahawk Moment video, where Clowney's just wrecking house. He did it some of that in that game from that very position. So he gives you a lot of flexibility in where you can move along in this front that's now going to be a little bit more multiple. Randall says, pretty sure Clowney scored the last defensive touchdown for our Hawks. That sounds right. Didn't Quandre have a return? Maybe I'm just thinking about their celebration where they run into the end zone. Jackson Shore, what's up, everyone? How are we doing this fine Sunday? We're doing amazing, man. We're doing amazing. Randall says Benson's a top 4 defensive end in coverage in the NFC West. Randall, I might go top 8. I might go top 8. Benson's a guy that's, again, should be, to me, I know Clint Hurt likes him a lot. I think he had 3 pressures or something like that, and so many snaps last year. I know he's dropped into coverage a lot in the Sam linebacker role, but he just doesn't do anything for me as a pass rusher. What is he doing as far as anything outside of a replacement player at league minimum salary? I don't know. They like him. The coaching staff does. You could save $1 million by moving him off from him, but I have a feeling they're going to keep him. David M. says Diggs scored the last touchdown, pick 6 at the Rams. There we go, David. Thank you. My memory wasn't failing me. I thought it was something like that. Jackson Shore really want Armstead. Problem is, so many other teams do as well, so I don't know if he comes here. Yeah, I mean, the Jacksonville Jaguars could go out and throw the sun, the stars, the moon, the galaxy, the solar system at Teron Armstead. They've got the money to do it, more money than Seattle. And then that would allow them to free up to go take Aiden Hutchinson with the first pick. Makes a lot of sense from a strategy standpoint, especially because the top 3 left tackles in this draft, though they're all very talented, though they're all going to go in the first round, there is quite a bit of divisive opinion about how good each one is individually and what their upper level potential is. And when you're talking about the number 1 pick in the draft, you don't want those type of questions to be hanging over it. And then you look at Cincinnati Bengals. This could be another team, again, like the Jaguars, that even though Seattle has a ton of cap space, they've got a whole hell of a lot more. So they can outbid you. They can outbid you considerably. And I do believe that that's a very likely, I think the Dwayne Brown solution is what we end up finding to be the likely way this all plays out, just because it ends up going outside of the bounds of their ability to control, the scarcity of the market specifically. Paul Third, while Australia is being hit with a natural disaster with once-in-a-100-year weather, houses are washing down Brisbane River. It's quite a spectacle. Jeez. We're living in a crazy age, folks. We're living in a crazy age. Rodney Brescio, Brandon, getting Fisher would be a bargain shopping again. He's not that great. His time with the Chiefs was okay, but not great. Trust me, I live in Kansas City and saw it. Don't disagree with anything you said, Rodney, on this. Like I was kind of saying on the list isn't assembled as much about how great a player is as far as let's just look at the left tackle position a little bit for a moment in a vacuum. And there very may well be a trade like a Taylor Lewan trade that's available, but right now that trade isn't available. So I can only operate under the assumptions of what I know to be within our grasp. And there's 2 ways you can go get a left tackle this offseason. You can get a left tackle either by spending the money in free agency or by drafting the left tackle in this draft. You do not have a first-round pick. And when you look at the top 3 guys that I just said at the left tackle position, let me go through them right now, actually. Let me go right through them. So Evan Neal, Charles Cross, and Ikem Okuwanu are going to go off the board the top 13 picks. Bernard Raymond, Trevor Penning, and and Tyler Smith are going to be additional left tackles that will go in the first round. You will see 6 first-round tackles taken, or at least let's say 6 left tackles taken before Seattle picks in the second round. I don't think as well Nicholas Petit-Frere is probably going to last really to where we're picking in the second round. This leaves you with a guy like Rasheed Walker. That's really like your choice. I haven't looked too much deeper into these left tackles beyond this point yet. But as I understand it, with where these tiers fall for this draft, that's kind of what you got in the draft. You've got your option of Rasheed Walker or, let's say, Nicholas even Petit-Frere out of Ohio State. Those are your, let's just say he was one that drops. Those other guys will be gone. Those are your 2 that drop. So now we talk about what is not what we'd like to see, hopefully, what's literally available to us. And when you look at the rest of the free agent class after those top 3 guys in the left tackles, there ain't much there to pick through. There isn't much. I don't think that there's anybody, I think even you admit this, Rodney, that's better than Fisher on that list of NFL free agent left tackles. And then I cross that up with, okay, then I've got Rasheed Walker, who plays kind of lazily, and Nicholas Fertet, who is really toolsy, but also really kind of raw and is going to take a little bit of time to develop. And then I push all of this forward to, well, what is the purpose of next year? What are we trying to do? Go for it. Be a contender. So now I come down to Teron Armstead's off the board. Hell, let's say Dwayne Brown's not an option. They don't want to go to that, which again, Dwayne Brown's age and his injury history, I feel like I'm going to go to it as my third option. But even if he's just a tiny tick better than Fisher, I still go to Fisher first because I think the injury thing ends up biting you on that. But it's really, this is where, from my standpoint on it, Rodney, if you've got an option I'm not thinking of, that please let me know. But that's where I push towards landing at a guy like Fisher as high on my list as I do, is because there's a dearth of options. The draft there's not going to be a solution there. And outside of there being some trade that they can facilitate, this is what it is. It's just one of those years where it's a little bit lean. But I'm not saying he's great. I'm just saying he would get you by. And I agree with you. It seems like bargain basement, but the difference here is that you've gone bargain basement shopping in previous years when there's other options. There's a ton of other options you could have gone to if you just paid a little bit more in cost and you would low end. This is a situation now where you're going to bargain basement because there's not options available. Teron Armstead might get thrown a deal that matches Trent Williams. Are you going to want to pay Teron Armstead $24 million a year at his age with his injury history? Man, that is rich. $24 million a year. I want him to spend money, but that starts to get into a pricing at left tackle that's just whoa. Ethan, sorry. Oh, Charles, you super chatted again here. Charles with another $5 super chat. I'm missing a couple of your chats here. Sorry, Paul, Charles. Brando, I'm using the light and dark side of the Force, dark side through Megan, to conjure an offensive line like Palpatine conjured those Star Destroyers. Well, hopefully it works, man, by any means this offseason, Charles. And if we've got to use a little bit of the dark side magic, we'll come back to the light side later. Okay? The dark side's quicker. Dark side's faster. Sometimes we need quicker results. That's all I'm going to say about that. Jackson Shore says, what drill is your favorite at the combine, Brando? Good question. I'll tell you, with the drills, outside of the drills that are the ones where they're measuring strength or speed or agility, which are stuff that I take away from, I don't take a ton away from the actual, on the field drills. I guess the one that would stand out to me would be the receiver drills, where you have them catching 5 balls, right? They got to catch a ball, spin around, catch a ball, run, and then go catch a ball. You can kind of get a feel for if a guy's got just smooth, easy hands, or if he's really fighting himself, or a body catcher. It was funny a couple of years ago when Steve Smith lit into this quarterback because he was trying to show off his arm, and it's a drill to make the receivers look good. It has nothing to do with the quarterbacks, but the quarterback prospects are the ones rifling him into, and the guy was throwing a Roger Clemens fastball into everybody, and Steve Smith went over there and gave him an earful at the time, literally during the live broadcast. But that's probably the one. But that's also, admittedly, again, I'm not a big drill. I don't know if a lot of that stuff really tells you a ton. Danny McCormick says you got to think they'll give Stone every chance this year to take over for Brown this season, though. I mean, I think that he'll be definitely in the competition potentially, but at the end of the day, he is a 6th round pick. And are you just going to wholly rely on that and then go take a guy in the 4th round and be like, okay, left tackle position, good. I don't think that they will. I think Stone, I'm hopeful for him. I like his game. Every chance he got last year, he was good with the chance he was given. But if I look towards next year and being a contender, I don't know if I can do that and really think that's feasible, saying something like that with Stone Forsythe as my starting left tackle. Maybe he surprises me like that. Curran certainly has shocked me in a similar type of way, but I sure would like to get something with a little more certainty to it. Danny says you got to play your late rounders to see if they can contribute. I don't know if you got to do that, Danny. I mean, late rounders are there to mainly be depth guys. They're not there to be guys you normally draft as starters. I mean, you go through the fifth round to the end of the seventh. How many of those guys start in their first 2 or 3 years of the 150 that are drafted through that period? Not very many of them. To me, you pick for starters, to me, through like the first 4 rounds at the most. After that, you're picking for depth, really. Or you're picking for guys that have like tools that'll take a while for them to round into shape, or you're getting a guy that maybe suffered a catastrophic, knee injury or whatever that they've got to bounce back of, or something to that realm. But you're not really looking like, we went into the 6th round here to get our starting left tackle of the next 5 years. Not if we're looking for a guy that's going to be impactful. I mean, what Stone's top end is a starting left tackle in this sport right now? I don't think it's as a guy that could even be in a top 15 range of things. The employed boss says we need a better backup quarterback. How about Marcus Mariota, employed boss? If you want to upgrade, we spend $4 million, $5 million, you can go get yourself probably Mariota. And he gets to be closer to Hawaii. Danny, biggest pet peeve for me is seeing Seattle draft guys and then never play them. Blair, Barton, Robinson. I'm with you on that. So I think that at least on 2 guys there, Danny, Blair and Barton you picked in the 2nd, 3rd round. That's where you should be drafting starters from. Robinson was a 5th round pick. Again, in my estimation, you get to the 5th round onwards, you're taking a little bit more of the depth backup rotational guys, just by and large. It's harder to target in that area and say you're going to get yourself a starter for sure. Outside of unless it's a position like, let's say, running back, it's a little more devalued. So I'm a little more understanding on the Robinson front of things, but with Blair and Barton, yeah, agreed. I don't, they bailed out on the Marquise Blair project pretty quickly. You made the trade for Quandre Diggs a half year in after you had just selected Marquise Blair very early in the 2nd round. Then you went out and made a trade for Jamal Adams the year after that, relegating basically Blair to having to play slot, which wasn't his natural position. Unusual. Jackson, if Linderbaum is there at our pick, I'll go nuts. Dude looks promising. Yeah, I don't think he's going to last. I don't. I think that he's going to end up going in probably the top 20, but you never know. You never know if you can get lucky on it. And if he were to fall, and I don't know though, if our heart were to get broken in back-to-back years again, where like Linderbaum's sitting there and then they go and they take like, what would be a pick they would do? So they would have like Linderbaum would be there and Seattle would go and take, let me give you guys a name. Let me give you a name here. So we're sitting in the 2nd round. We're on the clock. Linderbaum's sitting there. And then Seattle goes out and then they take, who would they take? I'm trying to see who would be just the perfect guy to be like, oh yeah, there we go. I don't have a guy here. I wanted to go with a defensive guy because that'd be the one that'd make us most angry. Oh, shoot. Well, we'll go with like Arnold Epiketsky, Penn State pass rusher, who's a good player, or like Logan Hall, like Linderbaum's there and they take Logan Hall. That'd be another one that I could totally see happening. Oh, that would make me just lose my mind. Like, really? 2 years in a row? Really? I don't know. John Robinson says Dwayne Brown is still old school tough and man out there on the football field, and a man out there on the football field. He needs to train in the offseason on his quickness and footwork. A little bit, man, John. I'll tell you, as a guy getting older myself, when it just starts to go as you get older, it's like little you can do. You can work it hard. But I think the other part that makes it hard, John, a little bit as you get older, like him with the injuries that he's had. He talks a lot about not doing as much weightlifting and, you wonder a little bit like, can you push your body in the training methods like you used to be able to do to get it to the tip-top shape that you used to be able to get it into? That's the other thing with it that comes into play. It says the body just get too sore and you got to manage too many of the nicks, the old stuff that's just kind of wearing on the body after playing the league for 11, 12 years, if not beyond that. But again, John, I think that I could really see them logically end up landing on Dwayne because, to your point, there's still stuff he can provide at the left tackle position. Not going to cost a tremendous amount of money. Not a lot of options out there. Certainly don't want to look to the draft. It's just where things end up kind of lining up. The employ boss says draft Ian Book. Ian Book plays for the Saints. Employ boss. Seattle Supersonics, Boom Shakalaka. What's up, brother? Says Barton played special teams. That's about it. He had a couple games at the end he started, and he's good in a middle linebacker role, but that's kind of what he can do. See how Supersonic said draft some Huskies. Did you see how many played in the Super Bowl this year? There's a couple of good guys in this draft. A couple of Huskies that are very interesting. Jackson Shore, I hope Sherman is just saying that I don't want Gilmore. Don't get me wrong. Good player, but he is older and expensive. Yeah, I don't know that Sherman's speaking from any sort of insider knowledge on that. I agree. Could have just said that just to like to hear himself talk. Danny McCormick, also love Quandre. Let him walk and put that money towards way more important positions. Edge, center, corner, tackle. I'm with that, Danny. I'm not happy to hear that they're negotiating with Quandre. I hope it's just for to let the fan base give the appearance of the fan base like they're trying to do something with him. But I just think it'd be a very much a strategic misstep. And I'm not trying to knock Quandre's a great player. It's not his fault. This is things that are outside of his control as a player here. But I think it would be a misstep to pay him. I think we'll end up looking back on that contract if we pay him it, going, should not have done that. Knew you shouldn't have done it at the time. Now we know we shouldn't have done it now. Can't let sentimental stuff drive your decision making. Paul Third says Quentin Tarantino in the talks to direct Justified, Primeval episodes, Mother of God. Oh my God, Paul. This is like. That'd be crazy. That is some like, I don't even know how to put it. That is as good as it gets. Like, I will be like watching those episodes over and over if that's the case. It's got to be, they got to let him go R though if they're going to do those episodes. They got to let him go dark, Paul. But my God, that's going to be so awesome. That would be so awesome. They go together, man. Tarantino and the Justified episodes would go together perfect. That's great to hear, Paul. I hope. Smart of Quinn to do it. That is such a great fit. That's brilliant. Alexander Matthews says Sherman's a tool. Jackson, only 15 likes. Come on, people. Hit that like button for Brando. Come on, people. Hit that like button. Isaac N, why wouldn't we just re-sign the guys we had? They know the system, and at the end of the year, the defense was playing well. Well, let's look at this real quick, Isaac, as far as defense playing well at the end of the season. And I think the defense, was improved through the end of the year. The defense, let's just take it down the stretch games, okay? So let's take it down 1, 2, 3. Well, let's go more. Let's go. Let's say the last 5 weeks of the season. So last 5 weeks of the season, you played the Texans, the Rams, the Bears, the Lions, the Cardinals. The Rams game stands out as a legitimately great defensive effort. You still gave up 30 points to the Cardinals. You gave up 24 points to a Bears offense that had Nick Foles as their backup, like third string guy, right? Going through you pretty good. And then you beat the Texans, who offensively had a rookie quarterback operating behind an offense without any targets. So the back end looks good defensively, but it is a little bit of a mirage situation. It is a little bit of a mirage situation, right? Who still sliced you up and beat you, by the way, at home. You had Washington with Tyler Heineke. The Niners, who, that's a good win at home, I guess, there, but they still put 23 points up on the board on you. Wasn't like you shut them down. And again, we already talked about the back end schedule. So, the defense played reasonably better in the back half, but is that a good enough group going forward? Is that performance sustainable to what we can expect when we go back to playing tough offenses next year with the way the schedule looks? For instance, you've got Raiders offense will be tough with Josh McDaniels and Derek Carr there, and they're going to add some pass catching targets there, no doubt about it. They'll add some playmakers there. Chargers, Chiefs, these teams are on your schedule next year. Is this same defense look as good against those type of teams? I don't think so. As far as there's a different answer for why you wouldn't re-sign certain guys, why you re-sign other. I wouldn't mind seeing DJ Reed re-signed, Isaac. That's fine with me at a relatively okay cost. When it comes to Quandre Diggs, though, you just can't pay two safeties top of the market money. You can't do it. I say that I'd make an exception that there'd be a time I would do it if I had a top 5 defense. It's not a top 5 defense right now. If I could justify it from that realm, I'd be willing to do it. But you're not that. So it's the safety position is one of the more replaceable positions on the defense. It's one of the more devalued positions on the defense. Don't overpay on your defense for one of the most devalued positions on that side of the football. That's not smart roster building. Employee boss says keep Quandre number 6. That man is amazing. He's been great. Employee, but you put a market record setting deal to Jamal Adams. You're at $17.5 million per year to Jamal. You can be able to afford to pay $13 million a year then to Quandre Diggs at the same time. It just you can't do it. I understand why. I mean, maybe the team will end up doing it. I do think it's going to end up being again something that we look back on and we're like, that wasn't smart. Jackson Shore, how old is Devin McCourty? I think he's 34. Employee boss, 6 picks. I mean, come on. Yeah, employee boss. Employee boss, do me this favor. Here's the exercise I've been trying to get people to understand with this just a little bit. We're one of 32 NFL teams in the NFL. Go look at every other 31 NFL team roster at their safety position. Every single one. Okay? Go look at, and this is a real exercise to the folks that's big on Quandre Diggs. This is the thing I would have you go do right now. Go click over and look at every team and how they're paying their safety position. Go find me one safety position in this league that's paying both safeties $10+ million per year. You won't, I'll save you some time. You won't find it. Marcus Williams is a guy who's been balling out for the Saints since day one of being drafted. Couldn't get a contract with him. Put on a franchise tag last year, which is advantageous for teams because you can undercut these safeties so badly because they are so badly devalued throughout the NFL. And then this year now where they have another opportunity after another year of playing very well to pay him, do they pay Marcus Williams? No. Marcus May, a guy who's been playing for the Jets, balling out for them. A Jets team that traded away Jamal Adams, their other safety, have the money now to pay Marcus May. Right? One of the better players on their defense admittedly suffers an injury last year, but they had him playing on the franchise tag last year, so they still weren't paying him last year when they had the opportunity to do so. Are they paying him now? No. He's going to be a free agent. The market dictates some of this. And if you're going to go above the market, if you're going to do something that's outside the box, everyone's zigging, so you're going to zag. I'm fine with that. But then the results need to be there. And just saying, well, 5 interceptions is not, or 6 interceptions is not result. Result is what is the impact here defensively on the rest of the team as this is going to bring to as far as stopping teams in total yardage and points and not giving up, let's say in a year, it wasn't a year ago that with Quandre Diggs in that defensive backfield, we were giving up a record-breaking amount of yards in the air, right? Not good then at that point, right? If you're going to pay both your safeties to be at an 8-game pace of giving up a record amount of yardage in the air, it's probably not a great way to go. Jackson says, what percentage chance do you think John trades down when our pick is on the clock? I think it's going to be about a 15% chance, Jackson, not because John doesn't want to do it, but because in recent years, teams have been less inclined to trade down in the position of where they're going to be trading from. So I think he's going to have an uphill battle of finding a suitor. John, have the Seahawks added anybody of note to the coaching staff and the talent evaluation department because they need some serious help? I think Sean Desai got some autonomy with that. I believe he is supposed to be getting a little bit more say, but nothing that we have heard about anybody being added that's going to have some kind of greater effect. Supersonics, Boom Chakalaka says, I still haven't been sold on Jamal if he gets injured again. I'm definitely a bit souring on him too. And the injury situation has not been welcome. It's been all over the place. He doesn't have control over that. I'll give him that. The other part of it, though, is that we haven't used him right. And Clint Hurt talked about this in his press conference with the reporters recently about it being on the coaches to get this done better, and that they haven't gotten it done better, intimating they hadn't gotten it done right. And I think that you brought Jamal here and you tried to force fit him into your scheme rather than trying to find the way to get the best and the most out of Jamal. And that's what really smart coaches and staffs do. They don't force guys into what they want them to do, and thus cutting away what makes them good as a player to get them into the role they want. They get the most out of that player. They maximize all he has to give them on the football field. I think they're going to start to go in that direction to do that. And I hope that with that then means we get to see the best version of Jamal with the Seahawks. More of the Jamal Adams that was like what he was with the Jets. Jackson, why do you people think Jamal sucks? Is it just because of the trade? Dude is a legit superstar when healthy. Don't get the hate, though, by the way. Man, Jackson, that's just a lot to unpack on that question. There's people that love the draft. Giving up 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick for almost any player is going to raise some heckles up and cause people to, get annoyed just on that facet alone. That's also going to raise the expectation level of what they want to see from that player when he comes onto the team. And Jamal has come on and had some moments that have been at the brightest stage, beaten in coverage. The Cooper Cup in the playoffs, he's 50 yards down the field getting beat one-on-one. This past year with the Deshaun Jackson, where he looks completely lost, again, 55 yards down the field. Julian Edelman, who's not a fast guy, in 2020, beating him up the field again on a little seam route. Those are moments that stand out to people. I'm with you. I'm not as down on him as that. I, again, go back to the injury thing is a valid criticism of Jamal. He's been far too beaten up here with his body. I don't know if he needs to take better care of himself in the offseason or if it's all just freakish. But the other part of this is that you're not using him right. It's Jimmy Graham 2.0. You asked him to do a lot of single high safety. I think 40% of his snaps at one point last year was a single high safety. That's silly. You also then slid him into cover 2 a lot of the time beyond that. That's even more silly almost. They've got to find a way to use him correctly. And that begins with him going downhill towards the line of scrimmage. And when he starts doing that type of stuff, that's where you'll feel his impact that much more. Is he ever going to validate the 2 first-round picks and third-round picks? No, you never should give that kind of assets up for a safety. For almost any player, frankly, that isn't a quarterback. But we can't undo that trade. What we can do at this point is get the most out of this football player. Charles with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Another dono. Says Brando, I got to say, getting Chad Brown was a huge score. I was surprised you got him. If you get him again, I want to know about his love of reptiles. Yeah, well, I definitely, I'll try to maybe ask a question on the reptiles, Charles. I'll say this. If there's a chance for me to ask about scheme stuff or nerdy football things, he's already talked so much about the reptile stuff that it's like, it's all out there in volumes. So it's like I was more interested in what's going on with the football stuff. But hey, if I can get him back and sit him down for long enough, I'll ask him every question you guys want in the book on it. So he's really a fun person to talk to because he's real articulate and he's not trying to hold back. He's going to be honest with it, which I liked. Thank you though, Charles. Paul Third with a $5 donation. Thank you, Paul. Says, who do you think's the best running back in the draft? Don't need to guess on wide receiver. It's Treylon Burks. Reminds me of Steve Smith. I'm not totally there yet on Treylon Burks being the number 1 wide receiver in my book, Paul, but he's a first-round receiver for me. So I've got him as one of my 3 first-round receivers. Admittedly, with the receivers on all this draft, all 3 of them, I've got to look at them a little bit more. With Treylon, I worry a little bit about the in-keel Harry type sort of like highlight reel where everything is him going up and there's no separation and he's just going up and taking the ball away at the high point of things. He does some other things too. He's good as a yak guy, bubble screen guy. He's legit a first round talent. But that's the only thing that has me a little hesitant with him. With that said, my other 2 receivers ahead of him on the board both have their share of questions for me too at this moment. But I gravitate between him and Drake London being my number 2 wide receivers. And I actually have Olave in the second round. My best running back in this draft, the only running back to me who is a second-round running back in this draft is Breece Hall. I've been a Breece Hall guy since looking at this draft with the first 6, 7 running backs, and I just haven't gotten away from that. He's got burst. He's got a little bit of the Nick Chubb thing to him. Where it's just game's pretty hard to pick apart. Size, speed, vision, ability to break tackles, doesn't go down easily, solid hands. For me, Hall's kind of the guy that separates himself from everybody else. He's not a first-round pick. I'll say that, Paul. There's no way I would take Breece in the first round. I've seen some mocks in that realm. But he's a second-round guy, probably a mid-second-round guy would be about right for me. But I love Treylon Burks, and what I want to do with him, Paul, is just watch a little more of the game film, less of the highlights, just to make sure I'm a little more clear on where he is on his route running. TG Nave says, what position will we draft with our second-round pick? TGC, I think we'll go with Abraham Lucas, right tackle, Washington State. How about that? How you like them apples? We'll either do that or it'll be, let go with that or, let me give you an interesting name. Let's go with interesting names. We'll go with Abraham Lucas or Veron McKinley. We'll go all Pac-12 options with our first second-round pick. Jackson Shores, say we don't sign DJ Reed. Would you be on board with signing Kevin King? Pete saved Sydney's career. Why not save Kevin King's? Well, Kevin King and Sydney have had a very similar career trajectory in the pros where they seemingly get a little bit marginally better every year. And Kevin King did have, at least from an analytics standpoint, his best season last year. Really would like to if I couldn't bring back DJ Reed, do I want to go Kevin King at that point? I guess the cost is going to have to be part of what we talk about here, Jackson. Kevin King, I think, operated off a 1-year, $4 million deal last year. I'd take Kevin King at like a 1-year, $2 million deal. So he's going to have to half his salary for me to bring him in here. And I don't know if he's willing to do that. I think I would rather just go young at that point. Also understanding Jackson, past DJ Reed spending, or even maybe Stephon Gilmore, past spending any kind of money on corners doesn't make a lot of sense in free agency. I've looked at about the top 12 or 13 corners in this draft, and we can all have our various arguments about whether or not these corners are talented or not. That'll be picked in the second, third, fourth round, even fifth round. But they're all there's so many zone fit corners that would fit in our scheme. And then there's all these guys that are 6 foot plus with long arms and explosive that fit the Coach Carroll prototype model of what he looks for in cornerbacks. I go back to that time again and go, man, if there's so many of these guys, you can just take 2 of these guys and round out the depth on your team, and they'll be solid within this scheme, especially with the recent memory of us being able to watch Blasson Austin and John Reed operating on the outside and Michael Jackson Jr. actually being the highest rated defender for us in a particular game, coming almost off the street. Randall says, I'm a big fan of Burks. You're the first one to turn me on with him. Randall says, the running back from Texas A&M or the Michigan State kid, the best in my opinion. I got questions with Kenneth Walker from Michigan State about size. He does everything well, nothing really great. Everything's kind of in a marginal good state with him to me. And I do think he's a little bit undersized. I think he's going to get taken down a little more easier at the next level where his hard running style is not going to fit as well. I've made the Isaiah Spiller, who you're talking about from Texas A&M, I've made the comparison of him being Arian Foster minus the speed. I think he goes to the combine and runs like a 4.6, and he's got a lot of that kind of just the fluid, smooth nature to his game. But man, it doesn't excite me much. I'd be very underwhelmed by Isaiah Spiller as a running back you take in, let's say, the third or fourth round even. Jackson Shore, UW corners that makes me smile inside Kevin and Sydney back together, shutting down all the wide receivers. Yes, please. Randall says, if you have yet to hit that like button, I challenge you to look in the mirror and reassess things. Help our boy out. Thank you, Randall. I appreciate you, man. Very nice of you to get our people on deck. Randall, Charles Wright with a $10 donation. Charles coming out hot as always. Thank you, Charles. It says, who is a Chad Brown equivalent in the league? By the way, because he was a team guy, was both inspiring and depressing. He left money and fame on the table. Chad Brown before Alexander in the Ring of Honor. Wow. Well, very well said, Charles. Very well said. I think I tend to agree with you on that. That's a take that I'm with you on. And walking around, I had an understanding of kind of what Chad had done for the team a little bit before going into the interview, but then doing the actual studying of the tape, I went back and probably watched a dozen games throughout of Chad from 96, 97 on up into 2004. And then you just start to get infuriated watching the tape a little bit and understanding how many times he's been put out there in coverage versus just putting his hand in the dirt and going. And I'm glad he said it in the interview. Whereas if I was just allowed to go from day one with my hand in the dirt and be a pass rusher and be a monster off the edge, I finished my career with 120, 130 sacks, and I end up with a Hall of Fame jacket. And because he was the good soldier for two different teams, for both the Steelers and the Seahawks, he took one for the team. He did the bigger thing because the team had needs in other places and they had strengths in spots where he didn't need to go to that place necessarily. That drove him over to being more in that coverage realm of things. But an outstanding all-around player. You go back and watch the tape. He's a lot like Lofa, where they're just those guys that they're just throwing their body around. They're flying around the football field. They're playing with reckless abandonment. There's no business decisions happening with these type of guys. And yeah, he absolutely is, in my opinion, earns a Ring of Honor. Again, one of the establishing members to this winning culture that we have now today. As I long lament to you folks who tell me that this all starts with Carroll or this all starts with Wilson or this all starts with Legion of Boom. No, it all starts with Paul Allen. The first signing he made, the best free agent signing in Seahawks history is Chad Brown. So I'm with you on that. As far as an equivalent in today's game to Chad Brown, I mean, it kind of speaks to the special player he was, Charles, in that I really can't. He was a will linebacker. They would play him also at Sam linebacker, and then he would a decent amount of time then be a rotational pass rusher that would get a decent amount of snaps doing that as well. What player in the league is being tasked with doing that? In a 4-3 scheme, by the way. So not a 3-4, but a 4-3. And I don't think that there's a single player out there that I could think of that does that. You could say maybe Micah Parsons. Parsons is more of the inside middle guy, and obviously a little more bigger, freakish size guy than maybe Chad maybe was. I think Chad's like 6'2" or something, but I don't think that there's a player right now in the league, frankly, Charles, that does. I'll try to think of one here if there's one that pops into my head, but will linebackers remain as will linebackers, and most will linebackers in this league in a 4-3 don't also do Sam duties because those are two different skill sets. Setting the edge versus playing in coverage, and then you add in a third factor of then they're a pass rusher too. That's just super far, few and far between. Megan says, explain to me why you need a player to do a broad jump at the combine. Explosion. So speed's one thing, right, Megan? But how do you measure explosiveness? And when you put numbers together like a broad jump and a vertical, you have two explosion numbers to operate off of. Do these numbers inform you wholly of a prospect and tell you what they are and what they're going to be? No. But it's all about gathering as much data as you can on a particular player. A lot like, the 40, they don't just track the 40, they track your first 10 steps in the 40. Is he a build-up speed guy? Is it where that last 10 yards of the 40 is where he's really starting to get up to speed, and that's got to factor into how we look at him? But I think that the broad jump, when you look at it on its own, it doesn't give you much. When you look at it with a short shuttle and you look at it with a vertical leap, you look at some of those, you look at the first 10-yard split of his 40. Now you're starting to get a little bit of an explosive realm on a particular player of what they can do in that respect, and that's football. Short area explosion is this game, and of course as well, being explosive, being twitchy and quick like that, being able to jump also can be converted to power. GMD Madness says, hello, how you doing, GMD? Probably the only non-Seahawks fan here. You'd be surprised, man. We got Lions. We got people from our division come in here. I got a Cowboys fans come in here. I guess Saints fans come in here. We get all types. Neil Lamont, how did you get out of this stable, big guy? You're a stallion. Thank you. Thank you, Jose. Hit the like button. I'm behind the chat, folks, but if you're new to the chat, I definitely try to respond to everybody that does respond in here, so bear with me. Jason Tudor says, fellow Civ player, Civ 5 for life. I'm a Sixer guy, but I've been thinking about going back to 5 from time to time, just because I played the ever-loving hell out of I played the hell out of 6. So we need a new Civ game, Jason. They've been like sitting on their laurels over there. We're just going to run updates. I'm like, no, time for a new one. HB, do you think the only way to win a Super Bowl these days is going all in Ram style, or is there still hope for the draft build Cincy style? And which way would you like us to go? Fun fact, recent years, Cincinnati, because they have been driven by needing to hit the floor in the CBA as far as, you've got to spend a certain amount of money as a coaching staff. Or not coach, but as an organization. You can't just spend $10 million on a salary cap and then pocket your profit every year. So they've had to actually be forced, due to rolling over a lot of cap in recent years. The Bengals, those cheapskates, have been forced to actually spend a pretty significant portion of cap as of late. They put some money out there. I think that there's all different ways to go there and win it and get the job done. There's not just one set standard. I think what is interesting about what we're seeing right now with the Rams approach, with who's another team recent I was thinking about, the Broncos in 2015, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers last year. I think what's interesting about these approaches we're seeing now is that the all-in, we're going for it this year, is now being rewarded, whereas if we're talking about 2012 and 2002 or 2003 or 2004, that approach was fool's gold. Free agency was not a place that you could go and find good players. What's happened, though, is that organizations have gotten smarter about the money that they dole out. No longer are you going to give a guy like Albert Hainsworth, who there was a tremendous amount of data out there that wouldn't be a good free agent signing, that would be somebody that would be a bust the second you brought him in, and then became that with the Washington Football Guardian Skins. Now these guys, the analytics, are making more smarter assessments in the players who can actually have some impact, and that when you go for the all-in approach of it now, you actually know what you're getting a little bit more. And that's the new twist of this. But you could still build this up organically. You could. I think that approach is more beholden to you doing the stacking the picks up, getting the offensive line in place, then drafting your quarterback. There's a little more of the extra steps in that other process to getting there versus go spend some money, go all in, sacrifice the future for now. It's a lot simpler approach. That's what we're calling it, the dark side approach. It is a little bit of a dark side approach to take this tract of it. But there's no one way to slay this dragon. Variety of different ways. Charles says, Robert Oppenheimer was the lead scientist on the Manhattan Project, creating the first ever atomic bomb. He was. Very chilling YouTube video with him talking about it, where he talks about, and then I become death. We saw the explosion. It's a very weird interview. He looks like an alien. And Neil, I get back to my stable soon enough, Jackson, did you see Padford talking smack about our division? Dude wins one Super Bowl and doesn't know how to act. Yeah, he's feeling himself. But that's the thing. When you're the king dog, when you win the title, when you got the chip, when you got the ring, you earn the right to do so. John Sims, does it feel like Carroll brought in candidates to replace him? I don't think it's necessarily that, John. I think he's bringing in some, not a lot, but he brought in a outside voice with Sean Desai to help. But I don't think that it's to bring in a replacement. I think it's to bring in somebody that can bring some outside ideas. But that's the only guy they brought in on the outside. Everything else was kind of reworking stuff from the inside, really. Just elevating and promoting guys and moving here and moving there. So, no, I don't think so. Megan says, cleared my schedule for the combine, and after hearing the news that my uncle died of vid last night, I'm glad I can stay home. Oh, man, I'm sorry, Megan. My condolences to you. I am very, very sorry to say this has been such a sad last couple of years. A lot of people losing people due to this thing, and it is tough stuff. So hope you're doing okay. Hang in there. Jackson, you think if Desai makes a great impression, he will succeed? Carol, I don't think succession plans really work very well in the NFL. I mean, look at the Cowboys' current one going on right now, where Jerry Jones is playing footsie with Dan Quinn, and he still has McCarthy as his head coach. For now. It doesn't, it's not a good path to go. If Carroll moves on and retires after this year, Desai certainly would be the first guy in-house that you would look as a candidate. But do I think there's a plan in place for Desai to de facto take over? No, I don't think that. I don't think that. Tribe says Stafford's a good dude. His comments weren't that bad at all. And it's all right. Hey, trash talking's that's part of football, you know? Let's not let us be the equivalent of these on-field taunting penalties. You get a taunt. You win that chip, you get a taunt, especially in this division that's so tough. Jackson Shore, if you somehow got Largent on a scale of 1 to 100, how much you fanboying? It's going to be probably like if you guys ever saw there was a skit with Chris Farley and he had Paul McCartney on Saturday Night Live and they did this skit and Chris is playing this fanboy who's interviewing Paul and he's doing a great Farley where he's like, "Do you remember when you wrote Let It Be?" And Paul's like, Yeah, I remember. That was really good. That was really good. Yeah, hey, okay. Did you like write? How'd you like it? Oh, stupid! And just starts getting nervous, and he can't get his words out. It's a funny clip. I'm doing it a ton of disservice because it's pure Farley. You can't replicate Farley, but it's a great SNL clip, and when SNL was actually good. And it's hilarious. And that's probably what I would be doing with Largent. Do you remember in 83 when you caught that bomb from Craig to win the game in Miami against Marino? Do you remember that? Yeah, I remember. That was cool. It's that or I'll be a grinning idiot the whole time. It's one of those two. Probably a bit of both, actually. So, probably a bit of both, but I would love to get Largent. I'd love to get it. Daniel W., you should put up the Chad Brown interview as live at nighttime, like 7 p.m. It would have had many more views than, but way good interview. Oh, I feel you on that, Daniel. I thought about doing it as live. The one thing is I wanted to get some of the footage I was talking about intermingled with what we were talking on and trying to pull that off live it's just tough. You have to kind of do that in post. But it's okay too. Like even if it's the nice thing with an interview like that with Chad Brown versus doing, let's say, content that's more towards free agency, let's say coming up, which has a certain shelf life of interest. The Chad Brown interview will be up on the channel forever, and people will always be interested in Seahawks history and look into that type of stuff. So I'm sure it'll get a share of more traction than some other videos, even if it's initially a little bit slowed out the gate. But maybe eventually we'll do a little bit of a live one. Like if I did another Chad Brown one, I might do a live one so you guys could maybe ask some questions with it. But I think that might be interesting. But at least on those first initial interviews, I want to get in some of their game film because it is a celebration of those guys, and I don't want it to just be a talking, but to give them that where you can kind of feel a little bit of that energy of what they were as a player. Not a highlight video, but just kind of a little intermingling of it in there. But good suggestion. Corey Coleman, I would honestly bring our starting secondary from last year, Reed, Diggs, Jones, draft another corner, but get Winfrey in the draft and Reddick in free agency. Wow, Corey. Well, I mean, at that point, Corey, if you're doing that, you're paying probably about 11 a year to Reed. You're going to be paying $13 million a year to Diggs. Jones is going to cost you probably another $4 million at that point. So you're $30 million now between those three guys with the $17.5 million on average per you're paying to Jamal. And then you're going to pay $15 million a year to Reddick. So all of that money means, along with then taking Winfrey in the second round, that you're putting nothing on the offensive side of the ball. I don't know if there's enough money to even go after Dwayne Brown at that point. If you, I mean, I guess you could do Dwayne Brown and then you're running with Curhan, but you've done nothing for the offensive side of the ball at that point. Maybe you bring back Posick, I guess, but that's a scary proposition to me, Corey, when I would put that the biggest problem coming into this offseason for me, Corey, is not our secondary. The biggest problem for me this offseason is dealing with the offensive line. That's been an issue for years. I like those players. I like all of them, so I don't not just like your suggestions on it, but just the going that hard on the defensive side of the ball, I don't think it's going to bring the kind of returns of investment that we're putting into it. Alexander, get Russell Wilson on the show and tell him me and you are sick and tired of your staying or leaving. Just want you to leave then. I don't know if Russell would come on the show if I led with that. Corey Coleman says Damon Clark or Channing Tindall would be a great strong side linebacker in a 3-4. Haven't looked at Tindall yet. But Damon Clark, I'm with you on, Corey. I think I've got him as my basic de facto best linebacker of my unit. He's up there for me. So I love his game. He's a very good linebacker. And if you need a guy for 3-4, that'd make a lot of sense. So I'm with you on that. I got to look at Tindall. I'm trying to get Tindall's one of the guys on my list for sure. Jackson Shore, I know people are blowing the Russ scrubbing all Seahawks stuff off Twitter out of proportion, but my question is, why now? Why does he do it right now when there are rumors everywhere? Why Russ? That's why I'm not as really like, as I've said to you guys this offseason, we're seeing a lot of stories breaking, a lot of inside sources, unnamed sources, rumors, speculation, reporters creating stories out of thin air to gain clicks. And I've really wanted to avoid that realm as far as where I stand with the Russ talk, until we get something that is tangible. But look, scrubbing his account right now at this point in time, knowing what we know and knowing the questions that remain and knowing the rumors that are out there, it certainly is, I think, more indicative at the very least of the report that came out right at the start of the offseason was that Russ wanted to explore his options. Well, this shows teams that there's a door at least cracked open for them to make inquiries to Seattle. Doesn't mean he wants to leave and that he's pushing to go. Not necessarily that, but it's just that he's cracking a door open, as that door was cracked open last offseason. It's not shutting in the other direction where I'm going to remain here in Seattle forever and never go away forever. It's just being cracked open just a little bit. He's just peeking through the door. Hopefully he doesn't go through to the other side. Randall says, are you more interested in ex-players than local media heads, or are you equal opportunity? I guess I'm equal opportunity for the most part, Randall. I don't want to just bring on somebody though that I'm bringing on that's like I'm bringing a name on, and then I need some depth on who I'm bringing in if I'm bringing in a media type. And there's some people in the media out that cover Seattle, and I'm not going to say who or what on this. There's some that cover it, want to get in depth with it, want to understand things at a deeper level. Others that want to skim a surface. And I don't have any interest of really interviewing people that are just skimming surfaces. The depth stuff is what is way more interesting. Jackson says Manfred's so bad at his job, it's not even funny. Yeah, the owners are starting to look not as good here. They're starting to be made the villains a little bit here a bit, and that may be enough to push this in the right direction to get it done. Randy says I completely made that up about Ali Marpet. Oh. Hey, made sense. I go with it. Jackson's, we want Clowney, bring him home. He needs us, and we need him. It's perfect. It is perfect, Jackson. It's perfect. Randall, just a thought, something. DK gets a bad rap about not being a team guy and a distraction. Number 2, offseason, the CEO of the team. Number 3, has been more drama than anyone else by leaps and bounds. Mr. $34 million. Agreed. I 100% agree with everything you said on that, Randall. I think that DK gets a really bad rap among some within the fan base. And I you hear people advocate for trading him. It's just like, dude, why? You go, all the problems and issues on this team that exist, and there's a very good cluster of them. DK is not one of them. Megan says, I don't care about Russ and his social media. If we're paying him $50 million, he better start growing up and playing like he's worth the money. If we pay him $50 million, you better be balling out crazy if you're as a quarterback asking for that kind of cash. No excuses. No, I need this. No, I need that. You need to be like almost Superman incarnate. TGC Nave says top 3 players to sign, re-sign. Yeah, so I led at the top. Let me do this. I got a little list. Let me put this through here. I meant to post this up as I was going, but I kind of led at the start with that. My top 3 guys would be basically Teron Armstead, Jason Kelsey, and Ryan Jensen. That's who I want to gravitate towards. Because I'd like to be able to just knock this offensive line situation out really quickly and then not have to worry about anything. And I'll post through here. So I'm going to roll through for you too. TGC below, I'm going to start running on the scroll below me are my top 20 again, so you guys can see. But those would be my top 3. I'm okay with signing DJ Reed. DJ Reed, Sidney Jones, and Rashad Penny would be the 3 guys I would look at wanting to re-sign on this team, with maybe Dwayne Brown if I know like if Schneider's done enough groundwork to realize that Teron Armstead's going to cost $23 million and it's just better to sign Dwayne Brown. I'm okay with that as well as a guy. Those would be the only 4 guys though that I'd look to bring back. And with DJ Reed and with Rashad Penny, I'm not paying huge prices. I'll pay Reed a little bit, but I'm not giving him a Shaquille Griffin contract. Patrick says pray for a better O-line. Patrick, I'm praying for it. They're at the top of my priority list. I'm trying to will this into being. Deal with the offensive line. You've undersold it for years. Stop underselling it. Start to oversell it. Start to put more than you need into it. Don't go, well, we're good enough. No, build it into a strength of the team for the first time in 10 years. What an idea. Hawkso says, what type of trade offer for Wilson would you take without a doubt? What I hear, there's been some pretty crazy trades. It seems like the trades for Russell go from one or two directions. They're either in the direction of being completely ridiculous as far as paltry goes, or being completely like, we're going to get all that, really. But let's just play it like how I've thought this is going to play out with Russell at the end of the day, which is that if, and again, let me lead with this if, and again, I always have to, before I lead with the if, let me lead with the, I don't want to see Russell Wilson traded. I would like him to remain a Seahawk for the rest of his career. But if he's going to drive for wanting to see a trade, and the front office decides that they're also going to be willing to facilitate that trade, then if I was looking at the teams and the possibilities that have been talked about out there, for instance, the Eagles, I think Cowherd presented a 4 first-round picks, including 2 first-round picks in this upcoming draft, and Darius Slay for Russell. That would be probably pretty good value if you could pull that off. What's another one? Somebody was saying, if you could get, if Tampa Bay was diving into these waters and they said, okay, well, we don't have great first-round picks to offer you. We'll give you 3, and then we'll give you Vita Vea and Antonio Winfield Jr. That wouldn't be something, and maybe a second-round pick in addition. Because they're going to build to their defense if they move on from Russ, no doubt about it at that point. It's not going to be like, well, now we're going to get our quarterback. It's going to be a lot of Carroll sliding in the other direction of things, I think. So I guess those would be like, without a doubt, if they threw a couple kickers in there, extra second, extra third round picks, those kind of trades could probably get me in, but that's probably a little too much. You're probably not going to quite get that. You'll probably get around the third round pick, a player, and a second round pick is, really at the end of the day about where the value will probably land. JT says Hawks desperately need a tight end. They do, JT. Hey, we need 2 of them. We're losing 2 right now this offseason. So it's definitely a spot that you do need to address one way or another. There will be a lot of tight ends right in that 2nd to 5th round range, and you can get maybe a guy like a Cade Otton from the University of Washington in that 4th or 5th round. I think Bellinger is going to last. There's a couple of tight ends that are talented, yet they're not top-end talent. Like, they're not first-round guys, really not second-round guys, who will be sitting there and available, and could be interesting for Seattle. It may cause them a little bit to look away from the free agency, though, JT. There's a lot of guys in free agency. David Njoku, O.J. Howard, Everett on our own team, Disley on our own teams out there in free agency. A couple other guys, Gesicki from the Miami Dolphins, a pass-catching tight end that's got hands of glue. There's a variety of guys out there. Kind of pick your poison that they could go look at in free agency if they wanted to. Jackson says, okay, I'm back. Some dude is knocking on doors in our dorm. What a loser. Oh, goodness. Always compete. Jets 4 and 10 picks. And Young, Wilson, maybe another second rounder. 10 picks and Young, Wilson, maybe Young Wilson. Sorry, you mean their quarterback. They're Wilson. A Wilson for Wilson trade. I don't think always compete. Russ is going to want to go to a defensive-minded head coach again. I think he's going to want to go to an offensive-minded attack first and foremost. And he does have the no trade clause aspect of things. Yeah, that would probably get the deal done, though. That would probably get the deal done. Jackson, a lot of people saying draft picks don't matter. As someone who thinks the draft as a second Christmas, I say you're wrong. They matter. Draft picks do matter, Jackson. No, draft picks do matter. I agree with you. I'm not just give them away. I do think draft picks also matter a little bit, not just in a vacuum, but also in where your team is at. And if you're in a contending state as a team, I might offer that draft picks don't matter as much if it means on the other side of it, you're flipping it for a player that helps the team right now. A little bit like what the Rams did. Maybe not to that extreme degree of things, but a little bit in that same realm. If you're a team rebuilding, if you're a team kind of just on the come, if you're just, putting it all together, then draft picks are a premium. It's the other side of that scale where you absolutely should treat them like vibranium or whatever, where it's just, we can't get this in. We got to keep all these that we can get. But I don't think it's the case if you're in a contending state. I think it's a little different. Mr. Kane, what's up, Mr. Kane? Good to see you in the chat. Been a while. Says, all right, I'm late, but how far are we down the top 20 list? Or do I just have to start from the beginning? Well, you might have to start from the beginning. We went through all 20 names on there, so you just go right from the start. I jump right into it pretty much at the beginning of the stream. And I also have rolling below me on the scroller my top 20 list. I should have that going from the jump. Sorry about that. Jackson Shore says if Sam Howell falls to our second pick, I'm not saying we should, but I'm also not saying that we shouldn't. I'm not, you know me, Jackson, not a big Sam guy. He's a good quarterback prospect, not a great quarterback prospect. And I don't want to draft future quarterbacks that are just merely good. Randall says, what's more likely? We turn over our offensive line and get guys to fit Waldron's style, or we convert out front to effectively run a 3-4. I say the D switch is more likely because 1 to 2 guys can make a huge impact. Agreed, Randall. I think it's more likely it goes to defense because also as well, we've got to acknowledge the fact that Coach Carroll's a little bit slow on really respecting the offensive line and what needs to happen there. For him, it's a little bit of like, we'll get around to it when we get around to it kind of positional group. And I think he's going to gravitate towards his defense, and he's got like the new shiny car of a new scheme that he's going to get to unveil and unpack, and he's not going to want to have that scheme be deficient of what it needs to be able to be able to go. So I think they're going to put some assets in this defensive side of the ball. Megan says the draft has me very nervous given our recent history, not hoping for miracles in free agency either. Well, you do have to be nervous with this team in the draft. It's been a bit of hit and miss. Mr. Kane, crap, I got to come back later. Son is casting on Twitch. Great stuff as always, B Kane. Thank you, Mr. Kane, my brother from another mother. Alexander Matthews, we have to hit at least 65% on this draft. All depends on Alexander, what we do in the free agent period. If you take care of your free agent period, then you get a draft best player available, and then that doesn't need to be a 65%. Maybe it can be a 20%. But it's all about how you deal with free agency, all about even just not free agency, but making trades. It doesn't have to be that. It can be just making trades too. That also will dictate a lot of that. Jackson says, say we don't sign DJ I think I respond to that. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez, Tyrod Taylor for backup quarterback. Jose, great idea. That would be an improvement. I love me some Tyrod Taylor. And it would give you a guy that's very similar and very, very reasonably similar to Russell Wilson in play style in a lot of different ways. I love it, Jose. Sign me up, man. I'll give him $2 million. Incoming air backup for $2 million. Randall, the best. Oh, sorry. Go Hawks 05. What are your thoughts on Randy Gregory? I'm pretty lukewarm on him, but he could help at a lower rate than what's expected. Yeah, he's going to be kind of a mid-tier rusher, I think, and what he's going to get cost at. He's got a little bit of the off-field stuff that's early part of his career. He's gotten through, it seems like, but I think that's going to lower him down a bit, as well as I don't know if he had the greatest year here for the Cowboys. I think Luke Gorham is a good way to put it. Go Hawks 05. He's obviously can fit to doing a couple different things. He can put his hand in the dirt. He can stand up. He does give you that ability. He's pretty good about causing pressure. Seems kind of like a bonehead at times. He had a bad penalty in that Cowboy playoff game where it's like a defensive holding penalty on an offensive lineman. And it just sometimes watching him, it's a little bit like you can see that he's got natural ability, but I don't know if the elevator always goes all the way up. Lukewarm. I'm lukewarm on him, man. Your boy Michael, I don't get why so many Seahawks fans want Quandary back. If we want to spend all this money on another safety to get Jesse Bates, but I don't want to spend that much on safeties. It's just hard to do. I'm pounding the table for this, your boy Michael. I get why people want to have him come back. It's not crazy to say I want to have Quandary Diggs come back. It's not crazy by any measure. It's understandable. You've watched a player ball out here for 2 years. You've seen him be really one of the only strengths on the defensive side of the ball at times, and sometimes over the course of a few games. So I can get where they're coming from. I mean, he has as many interceptions from the free safety position as anybody in football in recent years. But these decisions don't just get made by that. That doesn't drive whether or not you sign a player. There's other things you factor in: age, injury history. How much are you spending at the positional group also as far as them balancing off versus the rest of the roster? If you put $30 million to your safety position on a $208 million salary cap, that's a significant portion. And it's going to make it harder to build the roster up in other places. You know, and the best way I try to relate this is a little bit like the Bobby Wagner situation. Bobby Wagner, you released at $16.6 million. You cut him tomorrow. And this isn't about whether or not we want to. This is about if you did. If you did, you could sign Teron Armstead, Ryan Jensen, and you could put DK Metcalf on a contract extension. And the first year cap hit of all three of those guys would add up to 65% of the savings in moving on from Bobby Wagner, meaning that you would only have to come up with an additional 35% of that first year hit money off this year's cap, which would not be a significant portion. Its roster is about balancing it right. And going, it's not just about signing this player. It's like, well, if we don't take his money and sign him to this, what else could we do with that money? Could we build up an offensive line to a strength rather than a weakness? Do we have to make sort of the business decision that we're choosing to invest in safety? So now can't have an upper level center. We're going to have to go a little weaker at center again. A little bit more of those days of Kyle Fuller being trotted out there. Sometimes it's a little bit less about how much you love Quandary Diggs versus how much you hate seeing Kyle Fuller out there. That really then becomes what the question's about. Jaboy Michael, so what's your plan for the offseason on who to buy? That's going to come up in a future show, Jaboy Michael. I'm working on my offseason plan. So I want it to be a fleshed out one. It's going to be an aggressive plan. I'm going to be spending a lot of money that is not my money. I'm spending a lot of Jody Allen's money this offseason. I'm sacrificing for the future this offseason. I'm going to go, people might say I'm going to be going buck wild, but I don't care. I'm all in. You know, I advocated for a rebuild. They didn't go rebuild. Okay, you're all in on this year, then let's go all in. Let's not just do it in spirit. Let's do it in action. So that's going to be maybe next Sunday. I will try to see if I can have it done by that point. Wednesday is going to be a prospect-based kind of show. Sunday, let's maybe I'll try to unveil what my off-season plan will be. Say, here we go. I am been waiting a little bit, your boy Michael, because we do need to understand who's going to be franchised or not, who's going to be maybe available via trade, who's going to be re-signed by their teams before, because now, right, you're in the period here where they can re-sign basically with their own teams as it stands now. So we need to see a little bit of how that shakes out before I can really throw the plan out there. But I can do a 1.0 and just keep updating it. Jackson says, do you think running backs will start to become afterthoughts? Guys like CMC and Henry have been hurt after getting big contracts. Teams will look at that and say, nope, we'll find a guy in the 6th round. there already has been a trend with running backs, usually of it being that they had a hard time of being paid, and then you had a bunch of backs all at once suddenly start getting paid. Like, to your point on that, Henry, Christian McCaffrey, Alvin Kamara, Gurley. Suddenly teams started to go, well, no, you actually do have to pay it. I think teams are going to slide back more into the realm of understanding that it's not smart money to spend, and that it's just not the right way to go with these guys. The one thing I'll say with this, though, too, Jackson, is that we're seeing a weaker and weaker talent pool of running backs coming out. Guys that would have undoubted first-round grades in the first round are sliding. This year I have 1 second round. I have no first-round backs. I have 1 second-round back. And even my third-round backs right now, I think I have like 2 or 3 guys listed. What do I got? I got 2 guys listed right now. Or actually 3. So I don't have one of my guys listed on here. So I've got 3 guys in the third round. So in the top 3 rounds, I have a total of 4 running backs. I think that the position's getting lighter. Those guys are going now and moving to more now receiver and away from that running back position. So, yeah, Jackson, I think the running back position is going to continue to be devalued, and it's going to continue to be one where teams don't want to spend a lot of money on it. Jaboy Michael, I just hope we can actually use Jamal right in the new defense. Well, I do too, Jaboy Michael. The one good indicator here is that Clint Hurtt has acknowledged that the team needs to do that. The first step to fixing a problem is to acknowledge that a problem exists. You have an uber talented guy, you're not using him correctly. That's on you, the coaching staff, to fix that element of things. Charles Riley says, I'm not sold on a completely healthy Jamal with cybernetic limbs. Me neither, Charles. I'm still very worried about his injury situation. I think those fingers could very well be chronic injuries that snap out all the time, and the shoulders might be right along with it. Yeah. Jamal Michael, I don't get the Russell Wilson trade stuff. I don't understand why Seahawks fans want to trade him. I don't either. And I don't think it's as much. I mean, maybe you're hearing more of it, Jaboy Michael. I don't hear as much about people wanting the trade in my chat. I hear people a little bit tired of some of his diva shenanigans and the social media look at me stuff and all that. But the Mr. Unlimited stuff, I guess, is what I'll say. But I don't see a lot of people advocating saying, let's move on from Russ. I think just people are reading a little bit of the temperature in the room and the fact that there is all this trade talk and Russell's scrubbing his social media. And we know he was not super happy last offseason with his media tour he went on. And I think people are just kind of putting a little bit of 2 and 2 together with it. But overall, I think people would still very much lean towards, if they all had to say, if the majority would, a high majority, would want to see Russell here long term. Randall says, if we sign Diggs, nearly 40% of the cap would go to safety and quarterback. I suppose 2022 cap hit would be reduced, but 2023 wouldn't be. No, it wouldn't, Randall. And right at 2023, by the way, that's right about the time the Jamal Adams contract kicks in at the highest rate, meaning that it goes even beyond, I think it's at like $18 million is his cap hit in 2023. So, yeah. 40% for 3 players and 2 of them are safeties. Yeah, it's hard to build a roster that way. Jaboy says, if we tap into Jamal, this defense can be so much better. It can be. Use him right. And the defense has a lot more potential to it, especially if you're using him right with the understanding you're using him to creatively and how you're using him right, which means then you're disguising him, you're bringing him from all over the place, you're making your defense that much more harder to prepare for and that much more harder to read for a quarterback pre-snap, which should equal out, should bear out to more turnovers and more kind of game-changing plays from the defense. Jackson Shore, you should interview Dave Weinman, nice guy, but is way too positive. You should ask him why he thinks Geno is the best backup in NFL history. I did think about Dave, but I wasn't sure. And I don't know, me and Dave might, Dave might be interesting. Randall, if we wanted to go from the 10th pick in round 2 up to the first 3, would our extra 4th get it done? Maybe we slide into the back of round 1 if someone slides back out. There's just 2 reasons I think. I think that in that case, Randall, you would find a willing suitors for you to jump up. So I think there will be a lot more teams willing to slide back in this draft than to go up. But the big question comes into this is that the way that I understand general managers are looking at this draft is that the player that you're picking at 16 isn't all that different in talent level, ability, and upside versus the player you're picking at 64. And so if Schneider views it that way, does he see the value then in maybe losing one of those guys that are just outside that 64 range to move up? Maybe if it's a guy they really love and they really are on board with, maybe. But I don't see him doing it. It would probably get it done though, Randall, because there would be more of a buyer's market to move up, right? So you're not going to get as much to move back because there are so few teams trying to move up in the draft. So that would maybe make it a little more easier to facilitate by your method of using one of those extra fourth round picks. Randall, this year's 2 and maybe next year's 2 in order to move into pick 28, 32 of round 1. Boy, I wouldn't want to give up a next year's 2, Randall, in this draft to do that. I wouldn't want to do that. That'd probably be a little rich as far as that cost. Jackson, when the Graham trade happened, I was pumped. I was young and stupid and didn't realize how much Max Unger meant to the team and how good he was. Yeah, I think as much as moving on from Max, the problem was you moved on from Max without having an understanding of where were you going to find his replacement, and then just trying to get by on his replacement with guys that like Drew Nowak, that weren't anywhere near the same talent level of Unger. I actually supported the decision to move on from Unger because you were more of a run-based offense that wanted to just drive guys off the line, and Unger's game was more pass protection, in my opinion. More mobility, more of a guy that gets in the second level, less of a mono type guy, as well as he had a little bit of an injury history with him that was going to scare you if you signed him to a new contract. The trade made a lot of sense to me. The problem came into play. It was the same problem with Jamal Adams. You brought Jimmy Graham in, and then you misused him. You tried to turn him into an inline tight end when he was more of a move tight end, more of even a slot wide receiver. He played 67% of his snaps as a slot wide receiver for the Saints, and then you come in and you move him into an inline tight end. Your boy Michael, the thing is, this thing has us get Patterson from the Falcons. How do you feel about that? I love Patterson, your boy Michael. Very much a gadget player, but he gives you some now insurance for Eskridge if his injury situation again piles up. When Eskridge went down this year, you could do none of the fly sweep, bubble screen stuff that is embedded within this Rams offense at any type of proficient degree. Patterson would allow you to continue to do that stuff if Eskridge went down. He also upgrades your kick return game. Outstanding in that function. We want to be great in our special teams unit. Not going to cost, I think, a ton of money. You find him a role, he can excel within that role. I've also wondered about him as a guy that if you paired him with Russell Wilson and Wilson's ability to sometimes extend plays, if not Patterson would fit really well with a guy of Russell Wilson's type if you put him out as a receiver, in that Patterson can't run great routes, doesn't have the greatest of hands, but if you let him get the secondary route stuff, he's got the 4.37 and the juice to get open at that point. He just doesn't always see. I don't think he's had really a quarterback that's given him that kind of time to be able to do that prior. So Patterson's a very interesting guy, Cordell. Very interesting guy. I'd be with it. Jackson Shore, would you rather have Marlon Mack for $3 million coming off a torn ACL or take a chance in the later rounds of the draft? Take a chance in the later rounds in the draft, Jackson. I'm very much opposed to paying running backs unless it's very specific spots, very specific guys. And Marlon's Mack injury was 2019, so he's a couple years removed. Jamal Michael, Sherman sees Gilmore going out to the Northwest. How would you feel about us getting Gilmore? I'd be okay with it. It makes sense to me. Makes sense. He can play man. He can play zone. You're looking at doing a multitude of things this year, not just playing a predominant amount of zone like you have in the past. He would fit with that. So makes sense. If you do decide you don't want to sign DJ Reed, you basically are going to be able to bring in Gilmore for almost about the same money you're probably going to have to pay DJ Reed. The front office may be looking at that type of situation and going, we like Gilmore more. He fits more to our prototype model and size and build, and we think he's even better than DJ, even though he's a little older. Jackson Shore, I like Kenneth Walker from MSU, my favorite running back in this draft. Breece Hall is second for me. I can't get on with Walker. He's fine. He's fine, but he just doesn't do a ton for me as a player. Randall, I'm not a fan of Drake London. You think he can get separation in the league? I think he's a poor man's Mike Evans. And Mike Evans, to me, he wasn't picked this way, but Mike Evans should have been a top 10 pick. To me, Drake London should be a top 25 pick. There is a difference in a separation between the two. Evans is a much more special player in that realm. But if we're talking about a first-round talent, I think Drake London has a lot of similarities to Michael Thomas. And I think that the winning and winning contested balls is something that does admittedly get harder for players that rely on that too much in college football, like in Keel Harry that I was talking about. But he's so much bigger. He's so much in that long, freakish, big, long size, like Evans a little bit, where it just goes beyond, well, they're just a good jump ball player. It's just like, well, they're going to still continue to get, they're still going to continue, in my opinion, win those jump ball situations. And Evans still is able to do that. He's still able to catch that ball out away from his body. Drake London's strong hands out away from his body and his wide catch radius, I think, will help him overcome his lack of ability to get separation consistently. Jackson Shore, not denying it's a deep corner draft, but King has so much upside for $3 to $5 million. I think it's worth it. It all comes down to, if you're paying him a $5 million contract, Jackson, versus, let's say, going for a cheaper corner and you're able to bring back Rashad Penny, right? Versus you spend the $5 million on him and then I go take a running back in the 5th round, 4th round, who's not anywhere near the talent level of Penny. It's really the offset for me. It's not that I'm down on King. I'm okay with bringing him in, but I'll bring him in at $2 million. I'm not bringing him up. I don't think he brings the value at $5 million. Randall says, I like Kevin King in college more than Sidney Jones. Seemed like he played the ball better and was targeted more often. They were both pretty similar to me in my grades for him. I think I leaned a little more Sidney. Jackson says, didn't get to watch Chad play, but that interview made me look up his highlights. My gosh, what a guy. Oh, he was awesome, man. He was awesome. He's the guy, like you say about certain players where you watch tape on him and one guy just keeps popping off the tape. Your eyes keep drawing towards what he's doing. Chad's that kind of guy. He's that kind of guy. Super behind in the chat as always. Charles Riley, $5 donation says, at Carl Nearly, here's a $5 in appreciation of your appreciation of Brando. Brando is hardworking with the short morality of a lefty. 5 years or less. That's right. I'm working on borrowed time, Charles. I'm working on borrowed. Oh my God, Carl came in hot. Oh my God. Woo! I'm blinded by Carl's donation right now, folks. I can't even see what just happened. Carl coming in with a big, monstrous, fat, gigantic, I think one of the biggest donations we've had on the channel's history. $100 donation from Carl Nearney. Thank you, Carl. My fellow man out here in the east side of Washington bringing the heat says, bro, thanks for always doing the shows. Honest opinion. How are you feeling about where we are headed? I've been through too much to watch another season like that. Laughing out loud. Well, Carl, again, sorry it took me a little while to acknowledge the donation there, but thank you so much for the $100 donation, man. You are awesome. Another one of my my OGs on this channel. You guys have been riding with me for years. We can say for years now you've been riding with me. For years you've been riding with me. Thank you so much, man. You're awesome. How do I feel about where things are headed? I'm still a little bit on the edge of my seat, Carl. I'm not going to lie. I'm still a little bit, nervous about where things are. I think there's been more encouraging signs since the end of the season than there are discouraging signs. Moving on from Ken Norton was encouraging. Bringing Clint Herndon wouldn't be necessarily super encouraging on the face of it because there's another hire within house and you didn't go for all of the candidates you could have gone for. And I don't know if you brought in the best guy then at that point. But then to offset that with the understanding that they're going to be adopting Vic Fangio's principles within this defense, that they're going to try to get more out of Jamal Adams, that they're going to be more pressure-laden, more blitz-heavy, that you got Sean Desai in here as well from the Chicago Bears to help with sort of the back end of things. Clint's got the front end, Shazan's got the back end. They work together in conjunction with each other. I like that a lot. You specialize a little bit of your coordinators in that respect. That gets me excited. So it's little steps for me, Carl, of excitement, of encouragement. It's not some big swing yet, but we haven't gotten to the free agent period. We haven't gotten to the draft yet. We haven't gotten to any trades. So there does still remain a lot there that could really encourage me about this. But I think these are the right type of steps to take to start to make us feel like, hey, this is actually maybe going to start to turn around. Carroll's maybe going to start to change his ways. Because as I said about Carroll, it's not a matter of him being too old to be a good coach anymore, or that the game's passed him by. The game's passed him by in the respect of when he's not willing to change or adopt or evolve. And I hear a lot of talk, even this last week, Carl, about Carroll being this guy who really prides himself on being constantly evolving and not stagnant in his ways. And I don't know how he can look at himself and think that, looking at the recent history of the team and the steps that they've taken. Now, what he's doing this offseason is in deference of that. This offseason, he's actually moving into another direction, another way. And I think it's very much welcome. I think it's the type of adjustments that can really help him be able to tap into maybe what we're going to call this point, Carl, a fifth wind to his career. And I think he can get there if he's truly taking these steps. But this all comes back to, again, Carl, he can take all these steps on the face of it. On paper, it looks good. But when we get to live action, to as a former veteran, to when the live fire is going, does Carroll fall back in the old habits of his defense, on inserting himself there and not letting his coordinators coordinate? That will be the question that does remain so until we get to the season, Carl. But if they go, the true indicator for me, Carl, the thing to watch for as far as anyone out there is how can I start to feel like this team, I'm not telling you what to think, but where I will feel like the team's actually moving in a direction this is not just encouraging, but now I can start to get a little bit hyped here, is if there is more of the go for it approach in free agency. And even if it's not a matter of going for it in free agency, it could be, we traded a 2023 second round pick to get Danielle Hunter, and then we're going to pay Danielle Hunter a big contract. It can go, you can go that direction too with it. It doesn't have to be the money's only utilized in free agency. I'd like it that way because then you don't have to give up draft capital to bring in who you're bringing. And you haven't exactly had necessarily an amazing history recently of bringing in guys, then have to sign them to that new contract like Adams. So that will be the indicator, Carl, where it goes beyond just being a little marginal steps of encouragement. Firing Norton. We're gonna bring in Sean Desai. You're gonna adopt some Fangio stuff. It will go to a huge leap above if I see them in free agency being aggressive / in trades being aggressive, understanding that the talent needs to be wholly upgraded on this team, not just marginally bumped up, but you need a big, huge, sweeping kind of moves across the board to make this happen. Carl, thank you though so much, man, for the $100 donation. You are amazing, dude, for doing so. Awesome. I'm hyped. Now, I'm always here, guys. I'm going to be here for always. Always come here. No matter what's going on, Hawks Nest will always be live. Megan says, everything may have started in August 1976 with the Hawks' first game, but our true greatness came with Mr. Allen and his stake in the team and city. Convince me otherwise. I don't think there will be many that do, Megan. And that's the one thing that, as I go forward in this channel and looking at, from the historical perspective I do with this channel, along with what we're looking at in day-to-day news and in the current now, is the appreciation of Paul Allen and what he did in taking over the ownership at the time he did, and what it's given us now to be able to have that in the moves he made with it, and not just buying the team and saving the city and getting the new stadium built, but also in committing to building a winning football club. Alexander Matthews says, yeah, Chad was a bright spot playing on a team that seemed to barely miss the playoffs every year in the 90s. Yeah, he came at a dark period for the Seahawks. He came at a period where there wasn't a lot in the cupboard when he arrived. And then when Holmgren took over, you would think that would be a good thing for him at that point. But in actuality, it wasn't the greatest of turn for Chad then. Because Holmgren was going to, as Chad said, want the big defensive ends on the outside rushing the passer, which Chad technically wasn't. That meant more of him in coverage, more of him at linebacker, more of him playing the will. Not the greatest of use of him. But it didn't mean Chad wasn't great. And even at the will, his impact showed up on the football field. You felt him in the run game. He was a tackle for loss machine. He would shoot the gap on backside run plays, and like lightning, he would just be right in on the running back. Real sure tackler. Just played with a sense of attitude and purpose. You'd like all players. If you had 11 guys on defense that were like Chad Brown, you're raising a lot of Lombardi trophies. Jackson Shore says, do you think Thibodeau might fall out of the top 5? I don't like his tape. Yes. Right now, I think Thibodeau doesn't last past 12, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Thibodeau fall into the 12 section of things. And I think that he very well likely could end up as being he might be the 4th pass rusher taken off the board when it's all said and done. Which, I'm still high on Thibodeau. I think he was fighting through a bit of an injury this year, and that reduced a little bit of his quote-unquote impact. He does have some rough edges to his game. He's not refined. He's not a technician out there. But I understand why he's out of the top 5 when you look at the tape. Jaboy Michael, Brandon, let me hear your dream off season. I mean, in basic terms, Jaboy Michael, I'll give you the soon. I want to flesh something out that's more exact on this, but I'd probably try to, re-sign DJ Reed, re-sign Rashad Penny, try to bring back, if I could, Sidney Jones into the fold as far as re-signs go. I would throw a ton of money at Teron Armstead, but I'm not going to the Trent Williams prices of things. I'm not paying $23 million. I'll pay like 17, 18, maybe even $20 million, but I'm not going up above that. Bringing in Ryan Jensen or Travis Kelce for the center position would be my next move. Jadeveon Clowney is my other one. Draft Abraham Lucas or Daniel Fa'alele in the second round as my right tackle into the future. And that's kind of the building block spots. But again, Jaboy Michael, give me some time to prep on that and give you a breakdown down all the way down to the numbers and the first year cap hit, because there's going to be a lot of guys I'm going to want to squeeze into this scenario. A lot. Carl getting a lot of love for the 100 large, as he should. That's an amazing amount of support to this channel. And Carl is, again, one of my OGs on this channel. He's been supporting since day one over here. Thank you so much, Carl. You're awesome, brother. Jackson, big 100, big hundo. Jose Garcia, what's up, Brandon? How do you feel about picking up Phillip Lindsay? He's a little smaller in build than what the Seahawks tend to like in the running back position, though he does run really hard. I'm okay on a low cost flyer as a league minimum guy that I'll bring in training camp and let the bets man win type guy. I'm okay with, but I'm not going to give him like more than the veteran minimum. He's been kind of lesser than what he was when he first burst on the scene lately. Randall says, making it rain, son. That's right, Carl, making it rain. He's showing his support, showing his love. I appreciate it. Mason Dale, what do you think about trading Damian Lewis to the Bengals for a 3rd or 4th rounder? Makes sense for their weak interior and the LSU background with Burrow. We could use the pick on a better scheme fit. I mean, that's a tough one for me to pull on that one, Mason. Dwayne Brown's a free agent. My best offensive lineman on this team by far right now is Damian Lewis. And one of the weaker position groups I have on the team right now is offensive line. So I know he's not a pure scheme fit, but I'm going to trade away one of my best assets on a weak positional scheme fit to hopefully get a guy in the 3rd round who's like what he was, but a better scheme fit. I don't think I'm in favor of that personally, Mason. I just, no. If the Bengals want to give us a 2nd rounder, you could maybe talk me into it about that. But at a 3rd round place of things, because remember, Mason, that's a 3rd rounder. That's a late 3rd rounder. You're almost picking a 4th rounder there, or you're picking a 5th rounder there in that trade. And Charles, thank you for your $5 donation as well. Appreciate your appreciation to Carl. Alexander Matthews, Brandon, give props to the $100. Carl knows I love him. Carl knows I love him. Randall says, Hainsworth morphed into a walrus for the Skins. Remember how much the coach hated him? Oh yeah, that was an awful deal. And he lazed out. He was like the poster child for bad free agent signings as far as horror stories where you sign a guy, he just completely goes in the tank. I got my money, I got my stuff, I'm done. Release me if you don't like it. That's fewer and far between, though, I notice. AJ Johnson says Wilson will be gone, finally. Maybe. Megan says Largent would be smiling that sweet smile and answering all your questions, B. I know he would. He'd be awesome, too. He would be awesome, too. Alexander Matthews, I need a new jersey. I'm still rocking Galloway and a Sam Adams jersey. Oh, those are some strong jerseys. You got a Kitna one, too, huh? Great cheeseburger. Hey, Brandon. Hope all is well. All is great, great cheeseburger. Really enjoyed the Chad Brown interview. Have you done any former Hawk interviews previously? Would love to check them out. This is something I'm just starting new now. That was my first foray out the gate into interviewing former players. Great cheeseburger. So I love doing it. I'm glad the feedback's been marvelous, and it's indicating to me that I probably should do some more of it. So I'm going to try to reach out to some guys and try to kind of expand this as another kind of playlist of the channel, so to speak. But if you guys have any former players you want to reach out to on Twitter and say, hey, come over to the Hawks Nest, you want to interview, I think it's nothing but a learning experience and just grows the lore, grows our understanding of Hawk history, and not to mention it's fun as hell to do it. So I'd love to continue to do more. I'm glad you like, man. Q Coffee says, what is a lock? What is a lock we get, you think? A lock, huh? Well, the team hasn't paid a lot in free agency for offensive linemen recently, so I can't call that a lock. I'll give you my lock as being Clowney, because Clowney to me just makes so much sense. He costs less than Von Miller and Chandler Jones. He can do a variety of things in your defense. He had a really good, I can speak on insider understanding on this, that he had a really good relationship with Clint Hurt. They got along really well. I wouldn't be surprised to see Hurt pounding the table for him this offseason and him brought back. So that's my lock for you. Mason Dale, did you ever get a look at Donovan West of ASU? I did not get to him. I'm sorry. I've been grinding tape, but I did not get to him. But he's the next on my list now. So Donovan West, ASU. I will take a look at him next. We'll take a look at him next for sure. But sorry, I didn't get a chance to. I've been grinding for sure though. So the list is expanded. And Mason, I'll have my big board kind of up on Wednesday. Great Cheeseburger Man says, let's get Gerald Everett back. He looks seriously legit. Yak is insane every time he touches the ball. Simply put, we have historically misused our tight ends. So whether it's Gronk or Parkinson or whatever. I'm okay with bringing him back. Definitely is about what the cost is, but I think Everett's a good player. He had a couple bad moments, but overall was really good for us last year. And I think he gives us as good a yak as we've had in Seahawks history from the tight end position. Go Hawks survive. I say sign Reddick, Hicks, Armstead, and Ben Jones. Bring back Reed and Jones and Penny. Go with Njoku and Disley for tight end. I love it, Go Hawks. I love it. It's a varied list. You're not hitting anything that's too expensive on the list. You could afford to get all those guys into it. Arsenal's going to cost a lot, but you could fit it. You could fit those players in. It just takes the will. Brendan Eichrick says, man, I love free agency. Always get disappointed. Always get excited just to be disappointed. But hey, me too, Brendan. It does get tough when your team's got like $50 million to spend and you're like, they're going to get somebody. I mean, at least one guy I can get excited for. And then you just see him go for a bunch of just 1 year, $4 million deals at C-level free agents. And you go, oh, God, bless it. Hopefully this year, though, maybe we get one good splash. Just one good splash. One stone thrown down from the 400-foot bridge overpass. I need to get a little more coffee and be right back, folks. Bear with me, please. All right. All right. Megan Gok Rogers says, B, can you explain to me, Damasi, what a nose tackle is? Yes, a nose tackle is essentially your 3-4 defensive tackle, as I understand it. It's basically the in layman's terms. So it's normally you can know what a 3-4 defensive tackle looks like because he's going to be right over the top of the center. He'll be heads up over the top of him, Megan. So rather in a 4-3 defense, your defensive tackles are going to line out around the center, right? Nobody will be over the top of him most of the time. So that's it in basic terms. Dante, this last year draft was good. Everyone did good. And I think even 2020 draft was good. They've been better recently, Dante. I mean, the last 6-7 year period's been bad in drafting from the Seahawks standpoint, but the last 2 years have actually been relatively good. You didn't have a lot of swings to make last year, but you made the most of what you had. Previous year, Jordan Brooks has been good. Darrell Taylor's rounded into shape. DJ Dallas has been a good rotational player. Parkinson might give you something there. Damian Lewis has been really solid. Even a little bit from Alton Robinson. So, yeah, I agree with that. Randall says, what's an O.J. Howard deal look like? $5-6 million a year, 2 years for 12, or maybe a third year for optics. Third year for optics, so you could dump some Randall Void year into that third year if you wanted. But that sounds about right to me. That seems about right deal. 2 year, $12 million seems about there because he can do some more things. Dante HB says, I think without question, we have to go all in on Chandler Jones. He's the best player in football. I don't know if he's the best player in football, but he's a good player. And definitely he was, number 4 on my list of top 20 free agents as far as the priority I put behind him. So I definitely put a lot behind looking at to potentially trying to snag him as well. And if you're going to go to 3-4 looks, you've got to get another 3-4 outside linebacker that can pair with Darrell Taylor. Carlos Dunlap can't do that. I don't think Alton Robinson can really do that. You need to bring another guy who can get it done. And Chandler definitely can rush the passers to stand up outside linebacker. He's got that in his bag. So I guess I got him at number 5. But I'm with you, HB. I like him a lot, too. Osama bin Diesel. Football noob question. What is a Mike, Will, and all other linebacker positions? So Mike and Will, I'm not as more with the 3-4 scheme. I don't know if they really separate with what they call the same way the Mike and the Will and the stuff do with the 4-3. In a 4-3 defense, the Mike is the middle linebacker. The Will is the weak side linebacker. That's the easy way to remember Will is weak side linebacker. And weak side linebacker means that they will be aligned on the weak side of the offensive formation. So if an offensive formation will tend to line up with a right-handed strong side of the formation. Sometimes it changes, but let's just say overall the tendency is you line up to the right side, right? You'll have, for instance, a tight end will be aligned to the right tackle side. That turns that formation into a heavy formation. So the linebacker in a heavy formation then is going to be on the weak side of that formation. Okay. The Sam linebacker in our particular scheme, which is a 4-3 under, is up on the line of scrimmage to the strong side of the formation. So Will, weak side formation, strong side of the formation. The Sam, strong side, weak Will. So on the Sam, what they're going to tend to, traditionally the Sam linebacker has been an off-the-ball linebacker behind the 4-3, right? So you have your 3 linebackers right behind the front stack of the front 4 guys. In our scheme, we do run the 4-3 under where you have the Sam linebacker actually up on the line of scrimmage, usually over the top of that tight end on the strong side of the scheme. So that's kind of the difference. The Sam linebacker has to set the edge. He's got to be a little bit bigger, a little more rugged, a little more able to not get pushed backwards. The Will has got to be a little more fleet of foot, a little more able in coverage to get it done. So that's kind of general. Of course, the middle linebacker is the middle linebacker and just does what he does. Q Coffee says, what's a lock free agent we get? I'll go with Clowney, Q Coffee. That's my lock for you. Clowney or Calais Campbell. I'll give you those two. Samus is bringing Team Tebow, 7 teams a charm. Wayne Wilson Jr. We have Jordan Brooks, who in this new scheme should play middle linebacker. Also, there are guys like Chris Barnes we could add and play outside. Adams needs to be a rusher more to B-Wags. Will give us draft capital and money. I don't know if B-Wags will fetch you much in the trade. He's got too much of a base to get you anything in trade. You're just going to have to outright release him. I think Brooks could work well in an inside as a 3-4 linebacker. He certainly would. Absolutely. I don't know much about Chris Barnes, but I'll take a look into him. Great Cheeseburger says, dude, I'm sick of this scrubbing the media narrative. He changed his Twitter profile picture. That's literally it. Haha. And simply because the anniversary of his father's death at that. Could be with that, Great Cheeseburger. The timing's a little odd, and I'm not trying to make too much of it, but he's very well aware every deal you're doing right here is going to draw some kind of reaction. Randall, do teams who run a 3-4 run man-to-man on the outside more often? If so, why? Seems like with more linebackers, you could cover more zone area. Yes, 3-4 teams tend to have more of a man-on-man prevalence. The reason is that 3-4 teams, Randall, are usually chosen as that type of defense by coaching staffs because they want to have an aggressive nature to their defense. And within that aggressive nature is going to be more of a blitz-heavy scheme to it. And historically speaking, if you've been more of a blitz-heavy scheme, you are always then vis-a-vis going to be a man-based team. It's doesn't seem to be as advantageous to run the zone principles if you blitz a lot. It's being done a little more now in recent years here in the NFL. It's starting to be an added wrinkle as the game evolves. But historically speaking, if you look at the last 30 years of football, if I've got a 3-4 scheme, probably 95% of the time, that's going to be a man-based scheme at that. Chris says, Russell is married into music showbiz. Any media is good for the brand. It's noise, unbecoming noise, but he's a great player, and you need a top 12 quarterback. That's why I always say, Chris, with the stuff, it annoys me, but I've at no point said that I'm in a spot of Russell needs to go. I've said I want to keep Russell here. I want him to remain our quarterback of the future. So stuff can kind of annoy you, but you're still like, yeah, but he still is the man. And Russ still hopefully should be the man here. Great Cheeseburger says, man, I'm not seeing any of these comments Brando's reading. Great Cheeseburger and new people in the chat, I get behind on the comments, but that's just because I'm trying to read all the comments. You're in here watching my channel and you're commenting. You're doing me that kindness. I think the least I can do is kind of respond to what you see in the comment. That puts me, though, behind the comments tremendously, and I try to go quick and get through them all, but I am always a little bit behind because of that. Randall says, I'd be on board for Leonard Fournette. I think he's only 26 or something. Fournette, Penny, and draft a guy in round 4. That'd be my dream scenario as far as the running back room, Randall, for me. And Leonard will be in my off-season plan of attack in a week here when I put that video together. Randall says, I wonder if we can get Blitz on for Hawks Nest interview. Vincent ASMR says getting Von Miller would be awesome. It would be, Vincent. And he's up there as number 4 on my list of priority free agents. He still has a lot left in the tank. You got him outside of Denver. You got him to the Rams when he was getting blocked a little less of the double teams. I think he averaged about a sack a game for the Rams. I think there's still a little bit left there in that tank. I don't think it's empty. John Robinson says we need to get Kimura. I think he could turn around our whole offense. We might be able to get him for like what we had for Lynch, 2 fourth-round picks. I think with the off-the-field thing that he just dealt with, John, you're probably getting Kimura for a 4th-round pick. I mean, he still carries a very he's going to probably be facing some kind of suspension, and he still carries a very large base salary. So that's which Lynch didn't carry at the time when you moved him from Buffalo. You were still getting Lynch, I think, on his rookie deal at that point. So you probably a 4th-round pick gets it done for Kimura. Wayne Wilson Jr., I'd love to see us add a cornerback in this draft, like Sauce Gardner, Andrew Booth. Imagine Gardner, Reed, and Brown. Oh, I like both those two guys, Wayne. I'm really high on Booth. I think Booth is probably going to slide into the 1st round. He's really, really got some clean tape. And Sauce Gardner is just about as close as you're going to find of recent upper-end prospects that's come out that looks like Richard Sherman. Looks a lot like Richard Sherman the way he plays out there. Like them both. Really good players. I agree. Carl says, aha, Kamara's going to jail for a hot minute. Yeah, he might not be facing some charges. Vincent, how realistic is it for Seattle to go out and pick up a couple of these guys? Well, it's realistic in this standpoint, Vincent. You've got the money to spend. Seattle's sitting on, they're sitting on 40 million plus million of cap space right now as it stands. And they can very easily, feasibly create probably somewhere in the neighborhood of another $30 million in cap space without really blinking. So really this comes down to will and intent. If Seattle's intent is to go and be a winning football team next year, is to try to be an elite team next year, is to try to be a team that can push for conference championships and, dare I say, even Super Bowl appearances, if that's what they're trying to aim for, then they need to be all in with their will. And the will part of it is willingness to use up all that money and spend it in the right way. And then you're going to have to probably rob from Peter to pay Paul. You're probably going to have to sacrifice maybe some future draft capital, sacrifice some future salary cap space to then create the cap room to be able to go get the frontline guys who you need to get to turn your team back into a contending type team. So they could do it, and I think it's realistic, Vincent, but it does take those first two things, which is the will. And that's the part that I don't know until I see it for sure to know if they're going to do it, but they should. Randall, not worry about Jamal Adams' play. He'll be just fine in the scheme. Improved his coverage in 2021 a lot based on eye test. My concern is that shoulder injury. Yeah, I don't have any problems with Jamal in the field. It's only this injury stuff that gives me worries at this point. Carl says Pete 100,000% falls back into 3 games into the season when they don't work that. When what they try doesn't work. That's my guess. You're welcome, Brandon. Well deserved. Well, thank you, Carl, again, man. You're awesome for dropping that, brother. I really do appreciate it. It's the support I get on this channel from folks like yourself, just amazing. And I'm with you on that. This is where we go, where there's steps in the right direction, but when the rubber meets the road, does Carroll start getting all worried and bipolar about stuff? You see him bring in a guy like Waldron last season, and it all sounds well and good, and new offense, and then we see the offense slide right back into its old machinations. I can't guarantee he won't do the same thing on the defensive side of the ball. I hope he doesn't. I hope he just remains out of it and lets it play out. But let them get through their bumpy roads initially to kind of iron out the wrinkles. But you don't know for sure, man, until the games are live. Alexander, yeah, Jamal will be just fine if they play him the way they should, not like last season. That was an absolute mess. Yeah, shouldn't be playing single high, shouldn't be playing a huge amount of snaps in cover 2. He should be a lurking defender. He should be running robber routes as a safety underneath. He should just put him in a position to succeed. Jamal's not a guy you want going backwards. You want him coming forward. When you have him going into back pedals, that's not the best use of him. Randall says, I wonder how many NFL players would get their ass whooped by their brother in a fight. Thinking about Chandler Jones. Well, I don't know. Chandler supposedly says that he can still handle him. So I don't know if there's any truth to that. And I can speak to the fact big brothers just sometimes have that advantage over the little brothers. Doesn't matter what happens. Sometimes you're just bigger and stronger, Sometimes that's the way it is. My brother's listening right now and he's losing his mind. Oh, man. But I don't know on that one. You never know, man. Maybe Chandler's super freakish, He's got just that older brother strength. Megan says, is it me just projecting B, or does anyone else see Steve Largent and Chad Brown? I don't know. I don't know if I see the resemblance there. Randall says, when healthy, where does Armstead rank in the pecking order of left tackles? Top 3 to 5? How much better is he than Dwayne Brown of 2018, 2019? Well, we got to say, okay, so I'd put Trent Williams. I'd put Ronnie Staley. I'm thinking on this one for a second. That would probably be about it. I guess I'm going to put him at 3. Because I think Tyron Smith, I think he's better at this point than Tyron Smith. You could make the argument Rashawn Slater is in that a little bit, maybe in the one slot ahead of him. So it's either 3 or 4, but he's like a 3. Where is he at versus Dwayne Brown, where he was at in 2018? It's a slight upgrade, Randall. I think Dwayne Brown's been pretty consistent as a top 6 left tackle in the sport over that period. He's been right in that realm. I don't think he was last year, but for the most of his time here in Seattle, that's been where he's been at. I think with Armstead, he's more of a top 3, maybe top 4 guy. So it's a real minuscule difference between the two of them here. But there is a little bit of a tiny difference to me in just a smidge. Megan says, what are the highlights of the combine that I should be looking out for, given that this will be the first time I have cleared 3 days to sit and watch it? Well, I don't know if you want to clear 3 days to sit and watch it, Megan. I'll say that. It's a very geeky, nerdy. I mean, for a lot of people, they're like, what am I even watching with this? Really what you want to be doing, in my opinion, with it is, if you want to get nerdy and geeky with it, is you watch what they're running, and when you see certain guys that are standing out and what they're doing in some of the drills, and they're stacking up certain measurements that are awesome, like a guy jumps 38 inches and he's got 33-inch arms, and he does 128 inches on the broad jump and runs a 4.45. You see that, then go look at his tape at the same time. Okay, let me go look at his YouTube tape. How do he play as a player? Is he natural? Is he smooth? Is he wonky out there? Does he play like he wants it, or does he give up that full effort? You don't have to be looking for necessarily certain little technique, geeky stuff like I kind of will get into it, but just get a basic feel for him. And when you combine what you see off the eye test versus what the scores give you, that's where you sort of pair them together in looking at certain players that stand out. But I think that you can't take too much away from the combine in general. You always do one at the end of the day. It's more about just building on the information you already have on the back of the tape. And again, there's some, Megan, that find it completely snoozy, boring. I'm not one of those people. It definitely gets me, and I like it. I get geeked up by it, but I do get that there's some people who are just like roll their eyes with it and they're like, whatever, Paul Third says, Adams is getting paid for services rendered. Best days are behind him. Contract was overpriced due to his blitz rate in 2020, but his coverage is so poor in comparison. All I see is a black hole in cap space. I don't lean back in, Paul, to believing that he's as bad in coverage as people say. I think if you put him back as a single high safety, that's not his game. And then when he fails in that role, it's not a surprise to me. That's not his game. That was never his game. That wasn't his game with the New York Jets. When you talk about then, okay, so 40% of your time you're putting him in cover 1. And then what? Another 30% on top of that? 40% on top of that, you got him then in cover 2. So then he's only operating as a lurk defender, let's say 20% of the time. To me, it really comes down to that in basic tenets. You're putting him in a bad position. And they put him in that bad position because they were searching for answers on the defensive side of the ball that superseded utilizing Jamal Adams correctly. And that's where I come back to, you know what? Coverage is not that bad. Jamal Adams was, I believe, the 3rd best graded defensive back in the entire country in his final season in college football, where he had 5 interceptions. He had a first up and down rookie year where it was all right. And then he was dominant in 2 years with the Jets in coverage. Then he came into it in the last couple of years, and he's been put in bad positions. Why is he being asked to run 50 yards up the field with Cooper Kupp? He's a box strong safety. You wouldn't have asked Cam Chancellor to run with Cooper Kupp 50 yards up the field one-on-one. You wouldn't have. So why are you putting Jamal in those type of positions? You got to put the guy in the right positions to succeed, and he's just been misused. This is frankly one of the reasons that Ken Norton gets fired, is he's not utilizing an asset like this correctly. Doesn't mean that Jamal is going to be it doesn't mean that you're not right, Paul, in the respect of we might have seen Jamal's best days because of the injury situation. But we haven't seen Jamal's best days because he somehow has lost the talent to be able to do the same type of things that he could do with the New York Jets. Randall likes the 40-yard dash. Randall says, for some reason, I've always thought O.J. Howard would end up in Seattle. His measurables are close to Kyle Pitts. Howard has major upside. He does, Randall. He really does. I've been like you. I've been an admirer of OJ's game for a while, especially his fit with Seattle and all that he could do, knowing he's also a very good run blocker. He's definitely not Kyle Pitts as far as ability in catching the ball, but he's got some ability with it. just came off the ACL last year. Gronk stacked him behind that depth chart. Arians even going back to the Cardinals, right? Just not a guy that really worked in as an offensive coordinator, as the head coach of the Colts, and going back to the Steelers. They had some okay tight ends, but he didn't work them. He really wanted to just hit with the receivers, no risk it, no biscuit down the field, and so it makes me feel like maybe Howard, to your point, has still a lot of upside there left that's waiting to be tapped into by the right team. Seattle Supersonic Boom Shakalaka says, rocking my Beastquake tattoo till I'm dead and blue. Nice. Randall's got Reddick, Clowney, Fisher, and O.J. Howard. Sign me up for that. Hey, sign me up for that. Alexander says, maybe try to get Kurt Warner on the show. He seems like a nice guy. Great suggestion, Alexander. I hadn't thought to reach out to him, but I will. I will put him on my list. I think he might be willing to, and that'd be another guy who'd be awesome to see. Seattle Supersonic Boom Shakalaka says Clowney could be a steal. He could. Yeah, especially when you think about Von Miller and Chandler are going to be up in that $16, $17, $18 million per year average range. If you bring in Clowney on a 3-year, $12 million per average, right? 3-year, $36 million, you're getting it at a significantly reduced rate. Not maybe that far off as a player off those guys. Even maybe a better player as a run defender. If he's a little less as a pass rusher, much better as a run defender. And he's got he can do both the 4-3 and 3-4 stuff, which I'm not sure if both Vaughn and Chandler have that kind of same flexibility. Everett's been clutch. He's been clutch. He has been. Danny McCormick, Seattle weather pisses me off, and I've only been there 3 times, but I live in Vancouver, and the same dumbass rain. Yeah, Danny, it's tough weather over there. It is. Even over here on the eastern side of the state, here where I'm at in Spokane, when we get the snow and all that, you still get the sunny days. You still get some brightness. It's shiny. And over there on the west side, it's gray and overcast 24/7. Mason Dale says, can you explain how compensatory picks work? Why do you get an extra pick for letting a free agent walk? The compensatory program was created for basically those teams like the Cincinnati Bengals who refused to spend any type of money and who were getting constantly pilfered of their good players the second that they got outside the rookie contract and got to free agency. And so what this was a way to incentivize teams to re-sign their own players, to not pilfer as much, let's say, to play a little bit of that game. And so the way the compensatory value works, and it's not a science, Mason, by any measure. Nobody knows what the secret sauce is in the NFL in the background of how they determine which teams get what. They've got their own ways of doing it. What's supposed to factor in is if I have a free agent and he's signed by, let's say I have a running back who's signed by the Buffalo Bills, and the Buffalo Bills sign him to a 4-year, $20 million contract, and he goes on to that team. Well, the first factor is the money that the team paid to him. But then supposedly there's the other factor of performance, production, how many games they played. So that's also supposed to be factoring a little bit in the decision of what would be sort of the net loss value to you on that, right? So you would say, if they had some formula for this, they'd say, okay, the net loss of the contract is a mid-level contract for a running back, so that's a -2. And then he was a 1,000-yard back, so we'll add a -3 on that. And he played all games, so we'll add -4. And they come up with some sort of background tabulation to then say, okay, this guy is going to be worth 4th round, 5th round compensatory value back to you. Now, that's one side of it. The other thing that factors into this is the free agents you sign back in on the other side of that. So if you're bringing guys in that, if I bring a running back in at 4 years, $20 million, and he comes out and gives a similar production to the guy that left for the Bills, it's flat-lined out. It's basically, apple for apple at that point as far as the what they consider compensatory, meaning you don't get anything. You basically got your compensatory back in the free agent you signed. So the game you want to play as a franchise in this, ideally, is you have your guys you lose every year that get you back the compensatory value. You aren't active in free agency or not active into free agency until June 1st, because after June 1st, you can sign free agents and it doesn't impact your compensatory value. But this is also what leads a lot of smart teams to utilize the trade system to then get the compensatory picks back, like, for instance, the Rams have done this, where you go and you make trades to bring your guys on. That doesn't affect compensatory. You have only guys going out the door in free agency. You're not bringing any in. And then you can kind of play that game year after year. Unfortunately, Seattle's not in a position to be able to do that. They don't sit in a position of being able to make trades to eat up all this cap space. They got to go out and sign the free agents. But that would be the ideal way of doing it. And again, Mason, it's not a science, and nobody knows exactly we have a broad strokes understanding of how they determine the compensatory value, but nobody knows exactly their methodology and approach. Randall says, regarding 3-4 outside linebackers, do you want guys on both sides who can rush the passer? A guy who plays strong side, typically better at coverage because of tight end, or the middle usually slides for coverage, just general? Randall, we've been running 4-3 defenses here for about the last 30 years. And that's basically what I've looked at and watched and studied for the majority of this time. It's been very rare we've had any 3-4 looks. So I'm not as well versed in 3-4 defenses, quite honestly. My understanding though is that my understanding is that no, it wouldn't be Randall. It wouldn't be, you would think that, like what you're saying, it'd be right? Like you'd think that the two outside linebackers you have, the guy you have on the strong side of the offensive formation would be a little more nimbly-pimbly as far as being in coverage goes, and that you'd be able to get away with it on the other side with a guy that's not as good in coverage. But I think it's actually the opposite. It's like what Chad Brown said with Kevin Green being always the strong side pass rusher, essentially, always going off that right tackle side. He couldn't cover it all. So it doesn't go, I think, in that direction either necessarily. I think that they're pretty much, there's the outside linebackers and 3-4s, to my understanding, are pretty equivalent. They're going to have the same duties, same skill requirements. You're not really going to have a difference between the two of them. And some of that has to do with a little bit as well of the fact that you have kind of you have an extra guy on that line at that point, to be able to, keep them free and clear a little easier, I think. Osama bin Diesel says, should the Hawks sign Colt McCoy so they don't have to be embarrassed by him again? Yes, Osama, if just only for that reason. Dante King, I would like to get Perrion Winfrey or Travis Jones with the second-round pick. I like them both, Dante, and that would be appropriate value for both those two guys, both different players. Winfrey is a guy who's played out of his role at one tech there with Oklahoma, a guy that projects to being a really good 3-tech in the future in the NFL when you slide him to the right position. You see the MVP of the Senior Bowl game with 2 sacks, 5 tackles. And Travis Jones, who was the best lineman, voted the best defensive lineman of the week at the Senior Bowl. Absolutely your prototypical 3-4 defensive tackle, huge as a house, strong as a ox, going to be a great 3-4 defensive tackle somewhere, and maybe potentially here. Both of those would be good picks. Dead Center says, should we trade for Andre Dillard? I don't know if he's a fit for what Carroll would want in a lineman. It's good in pass protection. I don't know if it's as good in run blocking. He has come along since being kind of an early bust in his career. But, yeah. He cranks. If Seattle gets Clowney and Jensen, that will make Russell Wilson happy. What's up, He cranks? Good to see you on in here. I'm pounding the drum for both He cranks. We're gonna make this happen one way or another. If I gotta speak it into existence or talk all the fans into putting the pressure on the front office, we're gonna make this happen. Clowney just makes so much sense, man. It's a need. He fits to what you want to do going forward. He's got familiarity with the locker room. I know he's got a good relationship with the defensive line coach. And Jensen's a guy that makes a lot of sense. Upgrades the center position significantly. Big Wave Dave with a $5 donation. Thank you, Big Wave Dave. Appreciate you. Says, is the 3-4 going to cure all those dink and dunk offenses we come up against? Yes. It has the potential to do so, Big Wave Dave, right? Because there's no guarantees. But should it? In theory, yes. Because now what you did before was you were very easy to read pre-snap. So there was a statistic last year where we were well way through the year, and 94% of the time what we were showing pre-snap to the quarterback is what we also then showed post-snap. And what stands out about this new scheme we're bringing on with Vic Fangio's kind of scheme and adopting some of these principles is that it's really built upon the back of being a little more unpredictable from pre-snap to post-snap, confusing the quarterbacks, getting them not getting them at ease with their reads, being a more unpredictable. More unpredictable means you're going to get more of the quarterbacks throwing to places they think are clear but aren't clear post-snap, and that's going to lead to me more of the 3 and outs, more of the quicker stops, less of the bend but don't break. There will still be a bend but don't break aspect to this defense. Let's make no mistake about that. That's going to be within it to a degree, but not to the extreme degree we've seen recently with this defense. That stuff will start to be dialed back. So it should be improved. Is it wholly turned around? Is it wholly stopped? No. But very much improved, Big Wave Dave, along with the addition of more turnovers with this type of defense, in my estimation. I think you're going to get both of those. You're going to get better pass rush efficiency with Desai. That's what he really brought with the Bears last year. I think you're going to get more turnovers with the unpredictable nature of this defense from pre-snap to post-snap. And then the fact that you could be multiple and throw different looks at them on the fly. You can go from 4-3 to 3-4 in the matter of 2 plays. And that can only make it harder for offenses to know what to do play in and play out, especially if they run, let's say, hurry up, and you have the same personnel on the field, but now you're just sliding to a 4-3 look. It just gives more flexibility, more unpredictableness, and that to me makes things harder on the offense, as it does to the defense. But thank you, Big Wave Dave, for the $5 donation. I appreciate you. Randall says difference between 4-3 and 3-4 is like difference between Coke and Pepsi. 4-3 is Coke, established. 3-4 is the new generation. I'll go with that. Megan says big sisters also have the advantage over little brothers, or I did. I'm saying it's just the way it works. It's the pecking order, and it cannot be disturbed. Randall McDaniel says, get the feeling Russ sticks around this year and sees what happens. We can still trade him, burn the offseason. Yeah, it could happen that way, Randall. I mean, there's got to be a good landing spot for him as well, and there's no guarantee that spot exists out there for Russell as it stands right now. 3 of the 4 teams that were on his list last year that were submitted as potential landing spots for him have been taken off of his list as spots. He ain't going to Oakland with Josh McDaniel. Dallas is embedded now with Dak Prescott. And Chicago feels pretty good about Fields. The Saints lost Peyton, so you could almost say 4 teams of that list have been taken off. There's a couple teams that could be interesting to him, but Washington's got a defensive-minded coach, and the offensive line isn't in the greatest of shape. Giants are kind of a mess. The Eagles, while they did get to the playoffs last year and provide him a really good roster and interesting spot, and maybe the most interesting place, is it enough? Is it enough to bring him over? I don't know. Brian Myers, thoughts on Jermaine Johnson, Florida State Seminole edge for the Hawks? Twitchy. I think he can do a variety of different things coming off the edge as far as standing up or putting his hands down. He's got a lot of pass rush moves in his toolkit. He's got kind of everything in his bag that he brings. Part of why he will be a first-round pick is he is so twitchy off the get-off, bendy, everything kind of you want in a pass rusher. My concern with him comes into play, Brian, and his willingness and want to play the run. And if I'm picking you in the top 20 picks in the first round and you don't have that willingness to run, and you can find Brian highlights of Jermaine Johnson playing the run well. In his highlight package, that's what that will show. Playing, look, he's making a great play here, and it'll trick you a little bit. Go watch his game film, though, and play in and play out, you're not seeing a lot of willingness in that playing the run, but he's going to be probably a top 15 pick. So I have concerns with that. He's got the talent as a pass rusher to be that top 15 pick because there's few guys that are this twitchy and this bendy off the edge. It's just not a skill set you find rolling off the block. This is why, as well, the guy like Bruce Irvin went in the top 15 picks in the first round, right? An older prospect who wasn't going to really probably be able to play the run on early downs, but he's so lightning quick off the edge. He's such a terror from that aspect. He can give you such instantaneous production even as a rotational rusher in that kind of role that it causes them to get drafted probably a little bit higher than where they should be versus what their real full amount of their talent dictates. But he's awesome as an edge rusher and worthy of being a first-round pick just off of that alone. Top 15, I don't know. I don't know if he should be going top 15, but, definitely in the first round. Randall says, Armstead better than Luan. Luan probably a better run blocker. Maybe. Armstead's better than Luan. To me, though, Randall, Luan's been like a top 8, top 9, top 10 tackle, left tackle. So there's a little bit of a divide between them that's deeper than I would say with even Dwayne Brown over recent years. Megan says, what's wrong with Geeky and Nerdy B? That's me all over. Nothing wrong with that, Megan. I'm the same way all the way. So I'm just warning you. I don't want you to come out and go, you have me watching this for 3 days. Mason, where would DJ Reed and Quandre Diggs be on your free agent target list after 20? Mason, I can't sign Quandre Diggs kind of under any circumstance. If he wants to sign for like $6 million a year, like the contract we've been having him on or something that low, maybe we can talk at that place, but he's going to make well over $10 million per year. And I just can't pay that cost at any spot. DJ Reed's kind of dependent in a similar situation. If DJ Reed I can get on a 3-year, $30 million, $32 million deal, where would I put him? I'd probably put him about like 20. Honestly, I'd probably put him about like 35 because I do think Mason, like paying corners in this scheme is not necessarily a necessity. Maybe 30 to 35, but I wouldn't have Quandre on my list at all. Glock says, you can sign me up for Reddick. I know you like yourself some Reddick. We might very well do it. Randall, have a good night, man. Thank you for your donation on the channel and being all engaged as you are here. Appreciate you. Appreciate you big time. Seahawks Gaming says we should get a compensatory for how well Keelio played. Well, you've got a compensatory in the 5th round pick that you get in next year's draft, I think, for Keelio. So yeah, unfortunately, you're not going to get anything for that. The Steelers will actually end up getting compensatory value at this point if Keelio Witherspoon signs somewhere else. So yeah. Boomer says Petrie is a safety, Jalen Petrie, and someone I'm not really fond of. He's kind of a tough thing with him, Boomers, is he's a man without a position a little bit, isn't he? It's like, is he a strong safety? Is he a slot corner? Can you even play him in maybe some linebacker snaps? He'd be a guy that you'd like ideally in the NFL to be able to bring in and not have to be slotted to a position, but just find a way to work him around the board a little bit as a chess piece. But that's not the nature yet of the NFL. You're going to put guys into their positions and their roles. It makes it, though, hard to figure out where he should be falling at. I do like the way he plays, but you do like to have more of a position for a player. Cameron Thomas. Let me bring up my notes on Cameron Thomas, Boomers. So Cameron's got a little bit going on, Boomers, as to what's going on with Petrie. He is a tweener. Where's he going to be best at here? Is he a 3-4 or 4-3 guy? Is he a guy that should be playing inside or should be playing outside? He does them both well, but does he do both of those elements good enough to be of impact at the next level? I think that he's stacking sheds as well as anybody in this draft, right? Initial contact, shed. Thomas is a master at shedding with his hands. Really, really good at that. He also does a great job of chaining together his pass rush moves. So there's most of the guys in this draft that are edge rushers or the twitchy edge rushers that'll give you the one move off the edge, and if you neutralize that one move or their one thing they're trying to accomplish, they don't have a secondary move. Kayvon Thibodeau, for instance, jumps out in this way. Jermaine Johnson's a little bit like that as well, where it's a little bit of like they've got a plan of attack, they can do different things, but if the pre-plan of attack doesn't work, that they just don't have the second thing to call upon. Thomas does. He can chain together 3 different moves. He can go from swim move to rip to a spin and do it all in about a second and a half. Very athletic in a short area. Plays with a lot of hustle. A very high motor guy, obviously. And very athletic, fluid. Not really, really fast. And outside of the first step or two, not really, really quick. I don't know if he's got the strength inside to be a pass rush threat. And on the outside, I don't know if he's just quite quick or athletic or twitchy enough to really challenge the edge, because he can't just rely on just hand fighting and being a technician at the next level. Though I will say one of the things that most quickly and easily translates to the next level is hand fighting and an ability to be a bit of a technician. Megan, I'm not feeling the best. Feel as if I'm getting a migraine, so I'm heading out. Thanks, 12s, for making the news about my uncle a little easier to deal with. Well, my condolences to you, Megan, and you have yourself a good night. Take care of yourself out there. Dante King, have you looked up Kyler Gordon and Jalen Petrie? They are good cornerbacks. Yeah. Let me get my notes on them here. Let me get my notes. I looked at both those two guys, actually. Where's my corners? Where's my cornerbacks? Okay, so let's look at first up. Kyler Gordon for me is a second-round pick. I do have him just behind Trent McDuffie on my board, so I guess he's the de facto fourth corner on my board. I might put Andrew Booth even ahead of him, actually. So he'd be my fifth corner. I got McDuffie, Booth, Gordon. And Gordon's my first guy in the second round to go, whereas I've got 4 first-round corners going in this draft. Gordon could very well go in the first round, and it wouldn't surprise me in the least. His patented move is his kick bail technique. He really gets turned around and gets into his movement and gets going fast that direction. It pops off the tape when you watch him, how quickly he gets from like even a press look to the bail. He can turn, as I'm saying, he can turn and burn in his technique with the best of them. An elite athlete, really transitions post-snap well into his bail. He gets really low to the ground when you watch him. He gets really low and his like head locks in. He just like everything's going like a car that when it starts to go fast gets low to the ground. You know, you get a sports car that's a little raised up and then it gets in the open and starts to open it up and it starts to lower just a little bit. He's like that. He is missing a little bit of top end speed, but he does have quickness. He's very good with flipping his hips. He can stay on top of just about anyone in coverage, which would be a prerequisite for us, of course, here in Seattle. He runs zone, which would fit with what we do here in Seattle. Very much falling in line with what you get out of McDuffie in this draft, or Kevin King, or Sidney Jones, even Marcus Peters. Just very good zone players at the corner position, very aware, very smart, eyes on the quarterback, very task assignment oriented in that they do not get beat over the top very rarely, very solid tacklers. If the guy does make the catch, they're there to bring him to the ground very quickly. I like a lot of Kyler's game. So he'd be a guy, if you were to acclimate him into Seattle, that he would fall in here and he would fit right in. He'd be the most talented cornerback you had brought in here in years. And I would expect you to be able to just go the second he walks in here. So I like Gordon's game quite a lot. As Boomers is talking about with Petrie a little bit, I'm not really sure about where to slot him. I'm not. I got to watch maybe a little bit more tape on him to get a feel for it. You'd theoretically like to have this guy on your football team because he just kind of is a football player. But I don't know if he's got a position at the next level, a certain position at the next level. He's instinctive. He's smart. He's a fun watch. They played him all over the place. Again, I think he can legitimately do both safety. I think he could legitimately in the NFL at least play snaps and hold up at safety, linebacker, and in the slot. You just want to turn him into kind of a rover type player. He's a playmaker. He can jump routes. He can lay a lick. Very good at wrapping up and bringing guys down in space. He'll fight off blocks. He doesn't stay blocked for long. If he does get blocked, takes excellent routes to the ball carrier. Very well suited for sort of read and react defenses. He's got a little bit of the Honey Badger Jamal Adams to his game. Some deficiencies in coverage. My bottom line is I see Jalen as an exciting player who's a little difficult to project from a position standpoint at the next level. You could just move him all around a defense. I'm not sure his future would be as a deep third safety. He also could be a grade A slot cornerback, because if you just play him there full time, he might actually really take to it. He comes downhill on the film often, so there's not much of him in coverage as you'd expect. Still, he holds up well in that element, and Baylor ran a good amount of zone. probably picked within the first 3 rounds. And for Seattle to take him, they'd have to see him. I think if Seattle took him, they'd have to see him as a replacement for Ugo Amadi in the slot, if that's where they are. But again, like Boomer said, I have a little bit of hesitancy with him on not being sure he has a position. He's a good player, but might just be a guy that's so much of an in-between guy that there is no real spot for him. Alexander Matthews says, with 3-4, it would be nice not to see wide receiver Cooper Kupp not getting his little 7 to 8 yards plays. Then by the fourth quarter, and he has 13 catches for 175 yards. Yeah, agreed. I'd like to see a little bit of the short stuff getting taken away. This isn't going to remove it whole hog because this defense is still built to keep things clean over the top, and it's still going to drop into a lot of zone. You're not going to always be blitz heavy with stuff, but it should be better and improved Alexander than what it's been recently by a wide margin. And hopefully less Cooper Kupp demolishing us would be a welcome sight. A welcome lack of sight happening. Go Hawks 05 says, give me the pass rush. Give me some pass rush, man. I'm with you. Get my offensive line right, and my pass rush is right behind it. Go Hawks as far as my priority list goes. I mean, if you look at my big board here of top 10, right, I think everyone on my top 10 is either an offensive lineman or a pass rusher. So, I'm with you. Voodoo Magic says, I'm kind of surprised you had Dwayne Brown on the list. Understandable, Voodoo Magic. I expected that one would give some people some pause and surprise a little bit. Understand this list is being put together from a priority standpoint and also being put together with an eye towards the draft and understanding what available options there are out in free agency. And when you look at free agency right now with the left tackle position, there are 3 upper level options, and they vary. And when I call them upper level, of course, I'm using that term very loosely applied. But there are basically 3 options that sort of separate themselves from the rest of the stack. And I'm trying to bring up my list here to see if I can find my left tackle list. And I don't have it up here on my deal, so sorry about that. And those 3 guys are, of course, Teron Armstead, Fisher, and then Dwayne Brown. And that's your list. There is not voodoo much of anything else that remains out in free agency. It is very, 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 very lean. I would love to believe there's maybe a trade that we could enact to go out there and do that. But one way or another, Voodoo Magic, you have to deal with the left tackle on position on your team. You can't run out there with Stone Forsythe as your left tackle starter next year. So this is how I get to Dwayne Brown as being so high of a priority on my list. When I look at the free agent boards, I've got the 2 better left tackles ahead of him on this list, right? Teron Armstead and Fisher. There's nobody else out there in free agency. So if you don't attack it from that realm, if you say, well, I don't want Dwayne Brown back, then you're only then looking really to the draft outside of a trade. Trade would be great. If you go get Taylor Lewan, that'd be awesome, but we don't know if that's really in the cards as even a possibility. So when you look at the draft, you're going to have 4 to 5 left tackles taken out of the first round. The guy that you're going to have as an option in that second round, the first guy off the board is like, the Nicholas Fertitte guy from Ohio State. And he's got some rough edges to his game. Or Rasheed Walker from Penn State. He's got a lot of rough edges to his game. Neither of those 2 guys are going to come in and be able to play at even the same level Dwayne Brown played at last year, a season in which he struggled in. So if you can't find it in free agency outside of Dwayne Brown, and you can't find it in the draft, this is what leads me to making Dwayne Brown the high priority that I made in my offseason list. That's where my logic drives into from this standpoint. Boomer says, yeah, I do agree. Cameron lacks quickness and isn't all that great of a run stuffer as he gets pushed around. He's a fun player, Boomers. And the hand fighting stuff, the ability with his hands, that stuff that with some guys, they never learn it. So to have that in his tool bag coming out the gate should help him to make some kind of immediate impact on the football field initially. Where his ceiling is, how much potential are you getting there? That's the part I'm not sure of. And part of why I think I had him drop down even into the 3rd round is I can't have a guy with that question mark I take in the 2nd round where some people are projecting him to go. Dead center, should we draft Roger McCreary? I'm really sort of I'm starting to get a little out on Mr. McCreary. I started out initially kind of hot on him, and I'm starting to fall back away on him. The size isn't there. He's 5'10". He's got T-Rex arms, 29-inch and 2/8 arm length. And that is absolutely tiny, especially when you got to understand we tend to want to lean. If you look at the cornerbacks drafted here in the last 10 years, you have almost 90% of those corners taken have had 33-inch long arms or longer. So 29.5-inch arms is way, way, way off what they want as far as the metrics at that. And that's a big factor, especially on a guy that's only 5'11", not even 6 feet tall. Small hands, small wingspan. He lacks the prototypical size and length, but he has a well-built frame and he's physical. He's a good football player with excellent instincts that allows him to be a step ahead when he's missing some of the twitchier elements. He can turn and flip his hips, allowing him to have plus change of direction skills for a corner. Seems most comfortable in man coverage. Very, very handsy. So, didn't like that. He does stay on the back pocket of the receiver. He's there to tackle the receiver if he does give up the catch. But between his lack of his physical measurables that pop off the tape, and then the fact he gets so kind of handsy, and then the fact that he really is, to me, kind of best fit into a man scheme, I don't see a Roger McCreary fit here with the Seahawks. Not for sale. Hawks definitely need to grab a running back in the 3rd or 4th round. I'm good for that, man. As I say, I'm okay. Get outside the first, second round. I'd like to get outside the 3rd round too. I say pick every year in the draft from the 4th to the 7th round. Take a good running back. Just keep it a stable, stocked, full of guys with some talent, and let the best men win. You know. JDM, good evening, Hawks Nest and fellow 12s. Hoping Seattle learns from their past mistakes and use what picks they have to address the gaps not filled through free agency. I agree, JDM. You know that's my mantra this offseason. Learn your lessons. Learn your lessons. Last offseason, it was go all in. They didn't do it. Hopefully they do it this year. And they've started to do it with the coaching changes. Hopefully they build on the back of the coaching changes, which have been indicative of learning lessons from the past, to now going ahead here into the future where, okay, we're going all in on this year. We're going to use this money right. We're not going to the dollar store for free agents anymore. Kyle Tenoe says, hope our ability to draft, develop O-line talent has improved. Been pretty sad for a while. It has been, Kyle. Some of it's been a lack of investments into it, right? 3rd round pick, Damian Lewis is the highest pick you had. And before that, it was Jermaine Ifedi, which is a couple of years behind that. And they put some draft stock, I guess, in the O-line, but they certainly haven't spent any money on the O-line. Outside of Dwayne Brown, you're not putting any big money out there. They did elevate Dickerson to the new offensive line coach. Hopefully he has maybe more of a say on the personnel they're bringing in on the O-line versus Cable and Solari after that. But we'll see. Sean Proper, thanks for the content, Brandon. Not free agents yet, but Daniil Hunter and Trey Flowers, Detroit could be worth exploring. Feels like Green Bay is trying to find a way to keep Darius Smith. It's going to be interesting to see what the Green Bay Packers are going to do here. They are moving a lot of money around, but they're trying to find a way to keep Adams, and maybe Rodgers is going to want a new Neal, and then you're going to keep Zadarius Smith too. I don't know how they have all the money to kind of pull that off with them already being up over the cap as they are. Flowers is an interesting guy, free agent signing from the New England Patriots a couple of years for Detroit. It's been through a couple of regime changes there. Not necessarily played up to the contract that he's been making there, but a guy that'd be a fit in a 3-4 scheme. And can run those principles. So he would be interesting. Hunter would be awesome. Still a relatively young player. Got some back issues. You're going to have to pay him a monster contract, probably $20 million a year if you bring him in. But still would be an interesting guy to look at if the Vikings want to move off from him. Boomer says, my favorite player out of this draft is Boy Mafi, which I have him going last second, early third. Late second, early third. Sorry, Boomers. Interesting you say that. I was about to say on the front of what you were saying, like I'm trying to wrap my head around Mafi. Where I was going to initially react to your comment and say, I'm trying to get with the same kind of love that he's getting out there from some folks. But then you say late second, early third, which is exactly where I have Mafi from my evaluation standpoint. So what what we're hearing with Boy right now is a lot of like love to push him up into the first round. And I look at the tape of him, and he doesn't play the run. He is very, very good as a pass rusher. I love his upside. He's got an ability to disengage off of contact and then gain like a yard of separation that gets him away from the lineman and gets him clear to then get a direct path to the quarterback and just gets him a lot of sacks that way. He's got a lot to his game. But we're actually Boomers. I'm like you, I'm high on him. But I'm high on him in the late second round to early third. I'm not high on him into the first round and early second. And I think he might end up even going in the first round, which for a guy that doesn't play the run and a guy that is a good pass rusher, but not a phenomenal pass rusher. I think that would be a little too high. But Mafi's awesome. Twitchy elements, great get off, good size, excellent bend. His patented move for me is that just he gets off the snap and on contact, he just finds a way with his hands to sort of swipe to the side and get the hands off. And then at the same time of him swiping forward, he's sort of bouncing forward a yard to get separation from the tackle, which is something, it's like, that's something you almost kind of can't teach. He's got that he's got that in his bag. And I do like him, but like you, I'm in that second, early third would be the place I'd like him to be. Voodoo Magic says, I would love Luan if cut, or even Fant if he's a cap casualty. Both of those two guys, Voodoo Magic, if both those guys sit up, I'm good with either of those two. Luan would be great. And Luan's there's a very large chance Luan gets cut. You've got to go sign Jeffrey Richardson there in the middle. He's got a big contract coming his way. A.J. Brown's due to get paid. I think they might have to still figure out something with Kevin Byard, who had another good year for them. Say nothing of their pass rusher, who's also a free agent, whose name's escaping me now at the moment. So those two guys, I'd be even more in favor of Voodoo than going back with Dwayne Brown, quite frankly. So if those are available, I'm with it. Dead center, do you have any notes on Abraham Lucas? I'm going to give you the notes I've got on him, dead center. I'll give you a breakdown as well, dead center, if you're looking for a real comprehensive breakdown on Abraham Lucas. On my other alt channel, which is called Seahawks Scouting, I did a full half-hour breakdown of his tape and really dived into the notes on him. But I'll give you kind of a snapshot with him. He's got a super skill, which is he's got a rubber band-like snap out of his stance. He's the quickest guy out of his stance, I think, potentially in this draft, especially at least at right tackle. This gives him almost a little bit of a head start on plays. Great size, absolute technician, has played a ton of football there at Washington State. He's not like Daniel Fa'alele, where he's just naturally freakishly powerful. He utilizes everything up from his feet up to his thighs, up to his butt, up to his hands, where he's generating his torque, everything from one, kind of like how you would teach a lineman to do it, but how few linemen actually end up doing it. Most linemen, when they're especially coming out of college, are they're upper half guys or they're lower half guys, or they're just trying to get by on just being tenacious a little bit, where he is really technically kind of brilliant in that respect. For being a big guy, he moves really well. I'm not going to be the least bit surprised to see him test well here at the Combine. Again, just fundamentally really good. Mirrors excellent. It's got a great kick step, long arms. You guys just can't get past him. You end up seeing pass rushers time and again. This has happened to the Senior Bowl all the time, where the pass rushers just end up in his chest with nowhere to go time and time again. A lot of effortless reps in winning on his part. If he gets drafted in the first round, it wouldn't shock me, where a team just sees that kind of upside in him. I think he's a guy, more to me, a guy with a high floor, and I'm not sure where his upside is type of dude. But if we picked him in the second round, that would be marvelous. I do have, from a worrying aspect, there are two things that worry me about Abraham Lucas's game. The first thing is bull rushes. Guys that just commit right off the snap to bull rushing him at times can walk him back and catch him sometimes in that respect. The other thing is when watching the Thibodeau tape, Thibodeau started to figure this out through the game going against Lucas, which is he would do sort of a stutter step move, which is you come off the line of scrimmage 2 or 3 steps, and then you hard plant to the inside foot of the right tackle there to get him to stop his feet moving into set and try to anchor down. And the second that he gets Lucas to anchor down, he would then dip to the outside and then beat Lucas around the edge. And I saw that enough on tape in a couple of other spots where I do have a little worry. I have a little bit of worry with Abraham in that respect of things. But absolutely fantastic prospect. Certainly should be picked early in the second round, and it wouldn't be a complete reach to see him taken in the first round, especially understanding how hard it is to find good offensive linemen that are this pro-ready. Boomer says the only thing I have against Boy Mafi is a lack of awareness, relies too much on his athletic ability to win a pass rush battle, and doesn't have the greatest hand coordination off the line. I go with that, yeah. And he doesn't play the run really well, Boomers. I mean, he does not play the run well at all. But yeah, he is developing. He's not your You mentioned Cameron Thomas. He's far away from Cameron Thomas as far as his abilities with his hands go. He's got a couple of set moves that he goes to, and that's what he's got in his back. But that's what you give these college guys room with that, don't you? I mean, especially if they have the twitchy elements, they got the get off, they got the bend. You're like, okay, yeah, I've got these things I can work with. I can teach some of the technical skill. GoOxo5 says, I'll take Mafi with our third rounder. If we got him in the early third rounder, that'd be amazing value for Mafi to me. That's great. Early second, just a little too early for me, but early third, that would be le magnifique. Brian O'Connor, any notes on Tyler Smith from Tulsa and where you think he may be drafted? I do. Let me bring up my notes. He was Brian, one of the last guys I was looking at today just before I went live. So I've got Tyler Smith as my 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got him as my, let me just look at my chart here. Jesus. Tyler Smith for me is my fifth, the fifth best left tackle in this draft. So I've got, in no order, by the way. Well, I think I would put probably Evan Neal, Charles Cross, Ikem Akwanu, then Bernard Raymond, Tyler Smith. This is where I would go different from other draft analysts. I've got Nicholas Petit-Ferrer ahead of Trevor Penning, but I'm just not as much on the Penning train as some people are out there. But I think Tyler Smith is a legitimate back-end first-round prospect. His patented move is once a defender gets up into his shoulders and gets close to him, he's got a real good amount of power to be able to, in a short area, be able to take the defender and just throw him off balance to the ground, sort of catching him like that, sort of a bully move, shows off his ability with his strength, which is interesting. I really liked his tape. I didn't have a lot I could pick apart. He's a powerful tackle who really neutralizes pass rushers at the first moment of contact. He uses his strong upper half to wield defensive ends around, physically overwhelming them. He has a smooth set, excellent balance. He lands his strikes without leaning too far forward. His Ohio State tape was absolutely fantastic, where you get to see him there against upper level competition with him coming out of Tulsa. He's got a lot of just no chance pass rush losses by the defensive ends going up against him, where guys just don't even have, they're just completely neutralized in their pass rush, which is not something you see snap after snap after snap with given prospects. He does a fantastic job with some little technique stuff. He's not a shield blocker, but he's got some elements of being able to do the shield block stuff to his game. He's great about picking up stunts. He can slide off of one block and go to the next block pretty seamlessly. I liked a lot of Tyler's game. I have a feeling with Tyler, quite honestly, Brian, the more I watch of his game, I think the more I will like of his game. And where I see him maybe right now as a late first-round pick, I might vault him up into the more mid-first round pick place when I get to see another game of two of his. But the Ohio State stuff was just tremendous to watch him just neutralizing guys right and left. So really enjoyed what I saw out of him too. I know why you like him as well, Brian, why you brought him up. He's going to be a guy, I think, that he's going to test well at the combine too. Another guy. Wouldn't be surprised if he's in that mid-first round, but you'll definitely see him taken, I think, in the first round. GoOxo5, you think Micah Becton could be on the move? No. You're not going to want to have a young quarterback removed of offensive line talent. I mean, I guess you're saying like if they wanted to keep George Fant at left tackle and then get something back for Becton, but you're 2 years removed off to just take him in the first round. That seems a little early. Given that he's not played bad, it's just that he has a little bit of an injury bug thing hitting him. So I think that they probably just keep running with him myself. That'd be my guess. Brando says, is Brando a Keurig or drip guy when it comes to I'm drip guy when it comes to coffee. I'm a big time drip guy. Chase Stern, do you like any centers in the draft? I like a lot of centers in this draft. The guys I gravitate towards, obviously Linderbaum is the guy that stands out to me above all else. I'm really on with him. The three guys that kind of are interesting to me out the gate, if we're picking in the second round, I have them as third round guys, frankly. So I think the value is better to get them in the third round, but I think a couple of them will probably be taken in the second. Alec Lindstrom, Luke Fortner, and Dylan Parham are three guys I have all in third round value. Where if you're taking them at the top of the third round, I think that'd be good value for those guys. Seahawks have talked with Cole Strange. He's a guy that's been interesting to them that they like a lot. He's got a great ability to move, but there's a lot of holes to his game, and a guy that you really should probably be picking around in the fifth round or so. He shouldn't be a guy, in my opinion, you should be taking the top four rounds. But those are the three guys so far that I've liked quite a bit. Dawson Deaton is interesting, though I think he's played out of position for a lot of college, so you're doing a little bit of extrapolation there that he can move in to be a center. He's another interesting guy on that. But those three guys are the three that I would say, if you're talking about second, third round, would jump out to me as guys I might take a look at. Food and Magic, what's the last movie you watched, Brando? What was the last movie I watched? I think I watched, what was it, Hell or High Water the other night for the second time. Second or third time. I've been watching a lot of movies. I'm so deep now into the draft stuff, free agency stuff, so it's like, just not a lot of time to check out stuff. Not a lot that I'm interested in checking out at the moment either. But I'm behind. I'm definitely behind on my movie watching. Go XL5. The draft is heavy in the trenches, right where we're weak. It is, yeah. There's great offensive line and pretty deep throughout. First round, there'll be some guys taken. A bunch of guys second and third round. In the third tier, there's some guys. So there's a lot of bodies to add in through here. A lot of variance in the talent level, but a lot of interesting guys. Frank Buckner says, watch the American Underdog movie about Kurt Warner and look on YouTube and you're still live. Awesome. You know how I roll, man, Frank. You know how I roll here. How was the movie good? Hopefully good. Dead Center says, will Bernard Raymond be available at 41? If so, he is a good fit for us. If you talked to me about a month and a half ago, Dead Center, I'd say no. But Bernard is a guy flying up draft charts. Very new to the position of playing football. He's a lot like Daniel Falele, but this guy he's going to blow up the combine probably next week. He's going to put up some amazing numbers. He's been training in the background with coaches, and what you're hearing about him is just really coachable, really, really able to pick up stuff. He's going to be probably, in my opinion, a top 20 pick in the draft. So I don't even think he gets close to falling into us. If he did, yeah, he'd be awesome. He'd be awesome. GoXO5 says, give me Reddick, Hicks, and Reed re-signed for the D, then Armstead, Ben Jones, and maybe Gesicki for the offense. I like it. Go Hawks. I'm good with that. I could sign up for that. Robert Jokin. Hi, Brandon. Hey, what's up, Robert? I was doing chores during the last stream, but I had some points. Tight end should be addressed in the draft. It is super good in a deep tight end draft class. Go cheap and young. Every dollar matters. Every dollar does matter. And you're right. To me, the tight end value in this draft is picking a guy in the fourth to fifth round. That's where you're getting a guy that drops who's got actually a lot of skill to his game, where you could find a guy, you get these fifth round guys that'll be really good tight ends in the league. I mean, you can find starters in the fifth round. Cade Otton is a guy that jumps out to me, but there's just a cluster of them. It's a little bit like the quarterback class with the tight end class, where in recent years, tight end has been incredibly weak. This year, it's not incredibly weak, but it doesn't have as much of the top end, Pitts type talents, right? It's a little bit more into that realm of from the late second round on into the fifth round. You're going to find some guys. You can find some guys that can play. Jalen Weidermeyer, I think, drops mid-second. I know Trey McBride, Greg Dulich are going to go. They're going to go, probably inside the early second as well. But Jelani Woods, Cade Otton, Cole Turner, kind of interesting. Charlie Kohler, Jeremy Ruckert, Jake Ferguson. I mean, There's some guys. And that's where the value is. So, yeah, I would not maybe go as hard in spending in free agency at tight end. I certainly would at least try to sign one guy. Wouldn't sign two. But you can find your other tight end in this draft, and you don't have to pick him in the first couple of rounds. Gox05, I watched That's My Boy, the one with Adam Sandler and Andy Samberg. Terrible movie, but it was a good laugh. Yeah, that one won some like Razzie Awards or something, I think. Robert Jokins says, as for Falele, I think he's just too big for the NFL. Wasn't a fan at the Senior Bowl. Makes me think of Zach Banner. There's no doubt about it with Daniel that there is big bust, big boom rate to him. The thing that I do counter with Falele when you're looking at him right now and saying, I don't like what I'm seeing right now, is the understanding that he's nowhere near the finished product he will be. He's been playing football for 2 years. The guy comes from Australia. He was playing rookie and basketball in his youth. He's just learning the sport. So I look at him from an upside standpoint, and quite frankly, when I look to the draft, I'm always looking at it from upside as opposed to looking to a guy's floor. I gravitate in that direction of things. And with him, he's got as big a ceiling as any right tackle in this draft. And he's likely to fall where we're going to be at. Is there risk there involved with him? Is there a chance of bust? Yeah, there is a little bit. But I watched a lot of his tape, and I don't think he's busting out. And I think he's going to be a guy put in the right position who can go out and be a dominating right tackle in this sport. I think he's going to get better. It's a little bit like with Bernard Raymond. Part of the reason Raymond goes up in this draft in the first round isn't because he's put up just that amazing of tape. It's the extrapolation of the player that they're going to be, understanding that they're already dominating, having just started basically playing football. Samuel Gutierrez, if it's between keeping Carson or Penny, who are you keeping? Rashad Penny. Rashad Penny all the way around. No doubt about it. I think at this point, Chris Carson, to me, you save $3.5 million by moving on from Chris Carson, which basically is what Penny's going to cost. So you move on from Carson, you keep Penny, and there's no real extra cost to have to do so at that point. But Carson's been injured going back to high school, every single year of his basic running back career, college, all of it. I don't think he's getting healthier with moving into the future. And reports are that neck is a chronic injury. If that's the case, all the more reason that you got to kind of move on from him. Go Survive. Free agency opens at 2 weeks from tomorrow night, right? That's about right. Yeah, I believe that's correct. Dead center. Do you think Daniel Falele can play left tackle or just right? Just right, dead center. He's already going to struggle with twitchy edge rushers on the right side that you don't get at a preponderant level that you get on the left side. He's just not going to be quick enough to handle those kind of guys, in my opinion. Slash, you're going to want him on the right side to get the occasional help with a chip block and a tight end and whatnot. But no, he's just a right tackle guy. That's the only place you're going to be able to have him. Robert says, I think at 41 you can get some really good day one starters rather than a developmental tackle. Fair enough on that, Robert. I mean, I think anybody that you get on that point, I don't know if anybody you're getting in the second round of this draft is going to be an instantaneous starter of any impact in the position we're taking. Maybe. It's possible. Again, too, it's about what the guy's going to be as far as, for me, again, and maybe we look at this in just two different ways. I look at guys I draft and I'm trying to go for upside. I'm trying to go for the greatest player I can find in the draft. I feel like if I operate a little bit from the draft of looking for the guys with the highest floors, there's a little bit of a cynical nature to that. And frankly, I've seen a little bit of that play out before in the way that can take you down that realm of things. Like, for instance, the Tim Ruskell drafts in 2005, 6, 7's areas, right? Where you start to land on just looking for the safe role. It's a little bit of a balancing act, admittedly. But I watched a lot of Daniel's tape. And I think that if we go to the Senior Bowl and we ride too much off of a Senior Bowl and we get away from that tape too much, it's a little bit of the same trap you can fall into by just looking at the combine scores and letting those guide you. At the end of the day, you fall back to what you see on tape. On tape, is this guy getting beaten around the edge over and over again? No, he's not. Is he going up against good competition there in Minnesota? Yeah, he is. And he's holding up really well against it. So I'll lean back on the tape with Falele. I don't think he's a developmental tackle. He's not that. He's going to come in and be a better player than what you have with Jay Curhan at right tackle right out the gate with boom upside. There is also bust upside, like I'm saying, but he's not a developmental guy. No way. No. Brian, in your opinion, which one of our free agents do you think we will re-sign first? DJ Reed. There's been word is that maybe there's even a deal in the background already cooked up. So he's probably the first guy. If I was to go second, I'll go Dwayne Brown. If I was to go third, I'd go Rashad Penny. Hoodie Jube, what's up, Hoodie Jube? Thank you for the $2 donation. When are we going to do a collab, man, for the Saints channel? He says, I'm live right now too, man. Who dat? Who dat going Seahawks? What's up, Hoodie? Glad to hear you live, man. We got to hit me up on Twitter. Let me know when we're going to do our collab. Let me know. But I appreciate you, buddy. Thanks for the dono. Robert Jokin, I think for how desperate keeping Russ long-term is, we need someone at 41 who can contribute, who can be a contributor. But 32 to 45 is a spot with a lot of good value throughout the years with day one starters. With how this draft is shaped up with a few blue chipper round ones with some replacement level starters, depth through 50. Yeah, I see, Robert. I mean, from my standpoint, I see the two tiers going like this. I think you have 1 through about 13, maybe even 14 as your tier 1. I think you get to tier 2, and tier 2 is like 15 to about 63. That's where I see that next tier, and then you have tier 3 beyond that point, right, of guys. Yeah, I think you do want to find a contributor, and again, like with Filet, maybe not the best job. Maybe there's a better player there. I want to invest in the offensive line, though, first and foremost this offseason. I don't know if you can get the right tackle in free agency. I think you do find it in the draft. I don't know if there's as good value for right tackles in the 4th and 5th round of guys that can come in and have any kind of measure of impact versus picking it there in the 2nd round. But I understand going a different route, too. Hoodie says, will do, man. Will do, man. Sounds good, Hoodie. Well, appreciate the donation. Very kind. We need some diamonds in the draft, says Boom Shakalaka. You're better. You're right. We need some diamonds, man. We do indeed. We do indeed. All right, well, folks, we are 2.5 hours in. I have caught myself up here on the chat. We'll go with maybe a little bit of a shorter show here today because I'm going to be coming back on Wednesday with some more. I'm going to be unveiling my big board for the first time, which will show you guys kind of where I'm at with certain picks and stuff. Robert says, that's totally fair. I have to watch more Falele, I guess. I could see it make sense with the new offensive line coach modeling after the Rams. Havestein and Whitworth are big boys even for the zone blocking scheme. Well said, Robert. That was kind of my contention with that a little bit too of why you'd be okay with going with bigger linemen is that though they go for the smaller sub 300-pound guys on the inside of the line, those are the guys that are going to be your pullers and your second level guys really, center to guard. The Rams have leaned towards having a little bit of the bigger tackles on the outside. And yeah, it's not to say that again, you're totally right for saying there's their fear factor here with Falele that you don't get with going with another prospect. You know, you could go and get, I'm trying to think who's a guy. Let me give you a for instance on this. I mean, Abraham Lucas is a cleaner prospect, obviously, if he's there than Falele, right? If you have them both on the board. Zion Johnson, a left guard out of Ohio State, is going to be a cleaner prospect for you and less of a bust factor than Falele. Breece Hall, if you wanted to go running back in that pick, would be a safer pick than Falele. You know, there's definitely guys in that spot, but I don't know if there's a guy from my standpoint, if you're picking that spot, those guys I mentioned that have as much the boom potential to them. And where we land with this team is, do we need more role players? Do we need more contributors? Or do we need more impactful players? And when I look at the roster, I see a roster that needs more impact to it, more difference makers out at the position. And I think you got to take more bigger swings at that, both in a free agency and both in the draft to accomplish that task, especially understanding you as an organization haven't done either of those two things recently. Grant's Paintings. Can I ask you, what do you think of Rasheem Green as well as Marquise Blair? Rasheem Green was a guy I had a lot of hope for when we picked him in the 3rd round. He was a guy that came out of the draft a year early as far as the consensus went. If he'd come back and played another year in USC, a lot of people thought he might have been a top 15 pick in the draft. His development has been slow here in Seattle. He's had a lot of opportunities to kind of show out, especially in this last season. And though he had 6.5 sacks, he did not do it at an efficient level. He does not have a high pass rush win rate. It takes him a lot of bites at that apple of bobbin to actually pull anything away from it. Unfortunately, I just don't think it's developed with him. I think some team's going to give him $4.5, $5 million a year, and I don't want to be the team to do it. He's got the tools to do it. It just hasn't come together for him. If it happens somewhere else, more power to him. I salute him on his time here, but we got to do better than what he's provided from that position. They've tried to kick him on the inside at times. He doesn't really give you much from that either. Just a guy not with a whole heck of a lot he provides on the football field. And a lot of the runs we got, a lot of the big runs we gave up this year, at the times we did give up the big runs, would go up over his side where he had to set the edge and did not get it done. Marquise Blair, I'm still a little more hopeful on. It's been snake bitten by injury since kind of walking in the door here, which is unfortunate. I would love to be able to move through this offseason and just be able to slot him in at free safety and say, that's your position. Go hunt, young man. Go do your natural deal. He played that one game for us with the Baltimore Ravens, and he was our highest graded defensive player in that particular game in 2019. Unfortunately, they made the trade for Quandre, made the trade for Jamal, pushed him back behind the stack. He's going to be able to compete for that free safety role, but you can't slot him in as a starter because you don't know where he's going to be at with that ligament tear, where he is on the road to recovery, much less, again, already injury prone beyond this ligament thing. So, I'm hopeful for him. He's a kid with a lot of talent. He's a guy that would fit into this new defensive scheme and that he can do both safety positions. And a lot of what the new scheme is going to do is it's going to have less of the title of free safety and strong safety and more of just the title of safety. Both are going to be asked to do what has traditionally been asked of one or the other in this particular defense. So he fits that. And it'd be great to see him take off, not to mention, you wouldn't have to go out there and spend it at that point if he could do so. But the injuries mean you have to do something else other than just ride with him moving into next year. Robert says, maybe you sell me over the weeks on Fa'alele. I'll try, Robert. And you can go check out, like I said, I have a Seahawks scouting channel I do on the side. I did I think I did like a half-hour breakdown on both Falele and Abraham Lucas' separate videos on both those two guys. So you can kind of, maybe if you want to take a look a little more closer into some of the details of what I saw in him too on those videos, that might kind of show you a little more too on what it is that jumped out to me with it. The thing to remember with the feet and the slow feet, or he's going to get beat around the edge on the twitchier rushers and stuff like that. Those drills in the Senior Bowl are set up to make the offensive lineman not look good, right? You've got a defensive lineman rushing against a guy. He's got this full space to operate around. There's no other guard help. It's not happening in a phone booth. It's not happening with like what game conditions would be. The thing you see on tape against him, even against guys that are twitchy rushers, even against NFL-ready rushers. Go watch, for instance, Robert, the Ohio State film, where he's taking on consistently Tyreek Smith, a guy who had a very good Senior Bowl, right? He shuts Tyreek Smith down in that game over and over and over again. And what you have to remember with him is he's gargantuan. He is 6'8", and I think he's got like 36, 37-inch long arms. So even if the feet can't get up and down, right? Even if he's lumbering a little bit big in that respect, he's still got that ability to push you up out to 86 you out the club, where you think you've rounded the arc and you've got a free run at the quarterback, and suddenly he go gadget arms you and throws you 10 yards behind the quarterback's head because he just uses your momentum against you, and he's got such long arms he can still generate the push and the pop to send you off balance even when he's beat. Stone Forsythe had a little bit to this in his game, going back to last year. One of the reasons I was kind of high on him in that respect too. So we'll see with him though. We'll see. And I do get where your assessment comes from with him on as well, Robert. There are people that are low on Falele. No doubt about it. Robert says, ever think of doing something with Rob Stanton, Seahawks draft blog? I always love what he has to say. I would like to do something with Rob. Rob's a guy I do have a lot of respect for, in the work that he's done over the years there at the draft blog. And he's got a YouTube channel. He needs to get some more subs over there. So if, that definitely would be a guy I would be open to reaching out to and doing some work with, for sure. I think Rob does a lot of really good work in that realm of things. So yeah, absolutely. I would. Boom Shakalaka says, I'm excited to see how this new defense meshes, making me think ahead of training camp already. Me too, man. It's exciting. It's the thing. It's like at the defensive coordinator's press conference, he was saying all of the dream things that we've been wanting and advocating and pining for within this defense. More aggression, blitz heavier, linemen not dropping into coverage but rushing the passer, utilizing Jamal Adams better. I mean, it was a dreamless scenario of what we'd want to see on this defense, and he provided it us. I'm I just him saying it at least is a good step in the right direction. Now they've got to deliver on it. Now they got to deliver. Voodoo Magic says, are you a fan of adding void years on new contracts? I'm a monstrous fan on it. Monstrous. To me, you're in one of two directions as an organization in the NFL. You're in a rebuilding state, or three, I'll say. You're in a rebuilding state, you're in an ascending state, you're in a competing state. If you're in a rebuild state, that's self-explanatory. You're not going to go for it now. You're not going to utilize void years on contracts. If you're in an ascending state, probably not going to be using void years on contracts. Probably still trying to assemble. Probably still trying to build. If you're in a state of contending status, well, now void years should be commonplace. Commonplace. Using up every bit of the cap should be commonplace. Converting base to bonus should be a common refrain. Because why not? You're going for it. You're trying to win the whole shebang. You're not trying to be a consistent winner or have a 2, 3, 4, 5-year plan. You're trying to have a plan that sees you going for it in a given year, going all in. And void years do that. They absolutely do that. Is there a price to pay down the line? Yeah, but the theory on this goes is that you do the void year contracts, you kick the can down the road, and you can do that game of going all in for a couple of years. It's not a 1 year off thing. You do it for a couple of years, then you land at a year like the Saints land at this year where we got no wiggle room anymore now. We're going to have to take this all down to the base, down to the studs, take out all the drywall, get me just down to my 2x4s, get down to the skeletal structure of the home. And then at that point, you understand you're not going to be good for maybe a year or two to turn it back around. But then you're in rebuild phase. Then you're to ascending. It should be that cycle to me as an NFL franchise. And I say this because I think Seattle's been a little bit in between lately. They're a contender, but they're not making kind of the full contender moves over the last 4 years. They're being somewhat aggressive, but not fully aggressive. They're dipping their toe in, but they're not going full Cannonball City. All right? I'm advocating for Cannonball City. You're in now. You've got Russ here in the moment. Carroll's not going anywhere for the time being. He's got a couple years left to coach, right? He ain't coaching until he's 77. He's got a couple years left here. We may only have Russ here another year or two. So yeah, embrace void years this offseason. Go all in with it. Every contract you sign should basically have a void year on it. If I could do that, if I could force them to do it, I'd have them do that because you're going to be able to fit that many more contracts inside the cap. It's the difference between you adding an extra edge rusher and then maybe another tight end, and that's a big difference. Grant Painting says, awesome, man. Thank you. Anytime, Grant. I love talking Hawks. Anytime you got a question or comment, please do jump in. Robert Jokin says, Forsythe and Flele book ending would be some long arms. Yeah, that's a lot of man to get around, isn't it, Robert? I mean, that's the thing is that there's that theory of, you got a guy that's just so big at one point or another, say nothing to moving their feet, just getting around them is a chore by their sheer size. But yeah, that's like almost 80 inches of arm length. That's a lot of arm length. Boom Shakalaka says, we need a cannonball, balls deep. That's right. I want to see a cannonball off season. I do. And you guys, I'm going to prepare you for it. I'm going to be out of my mind. I'm going to be insane on this projection of my dream offseason. I'm going to be complete rosterbation. I'm going to be complete fanboying as far as this isn't realistic. It is realistic. Again, it just takes the will. And the will should be there because this is the direction that the team has told us they want to go. The team could have come into this offseason and told the fans, it's not working. The returns have been diminishing. It's time for something else. We're going to go into a more of a rebuilding stage of things. And the fans probably actually would have accepted it. They went, yeah, we saw that team last year. We're sitting in the bottom of the cellar dweller. If you look at any other team that had any other near record to what we had last year, all of those teams are in a rebuilding mode. Every one of them. Maybe with the exception of the Washington football team. We're the only one that's not. So this is the track they've chosen to take. This is so all I'm asking them to do is just be consistent in what they're telling us they're intending to do. You're all in? Great. Be all in. Show it to me. Show it to me. Hope they do, though. Hope they do. Robert says, throwing lanes would scare me with the height at tackle. Cut block, screens. That would be an issue. I mean, that would maybe be an issue. The thing I do go back to with Russell on this, Robert, is it's about, for me, quality. Don't forget with him, he had the largest offensive line in college football in his senior year and put up mind-boggling stats with Wisconsin. They were big, but they were also really talented. And it's part of why I've put Robert offensive line at the head of the table for me as far as what we need to address first and foremost. Because last time Russell Wilson had a dominant offensive line back in college, he put up silly stats. Like 74% completion percentage? I mean, just ridiculous. So I lean back to that a little bit that, yeah, that might be an issue, but if he's getting clean pockets, that's going to overwhelm maybe whatever negative comes with that. Sam Dog, the infamous, says, Ugba's my guy for pass rush. We need to get Ugba from the Dolphins for our pass rush. Well, you'll notice right beneath me, Sam Dog, on my little scroller here that's going beneath, which I've got my priority list of my free agents on my list, I've got Emmanuel at number 9. So he is in my top 10 of priority free agents. I love his game. He's one of the only free agents on this list that's a pure 3-4 defensive end, so he would fit to that change in translation in 3-4 to 4-3 of what we do. I like his game quite a bit in that respect. And I'd be happy bringing him in, Sam Dog. That'd be a great signing. I think some other team that runs a 3-4 is going to throw their wallet at him and give him more money than we're willing to go. But can't deny he's getting better and better. Brian O'Connor says, how much would you pay Clowney? I would pay Clowney a 3-year. I'd pay Clowney like a 3-year, $36 million deal, maybe with a void year, and something in that realm. I'd probably put something like that together if he'd be open to it. I'd be somewhere in the neighborhood with Clowney of like 10 to 12 million a year versus like what Chandler Jones and Von Miller will cost, which is probably an extra year of a contract, and they're going to cost somewhere in the neighborhood of $15 to $18 million per. Eddie Lopez, what's your thoughts on Bobby? Do we fix up his contract? Two different thoughts on this, Eddie. One is what I would do, and the other one is what the team will do. What I would do is I would cut Bobby because I think $16.6 million is put in better places on this team, quite frankly. I think the team is going to restructure him. He probably signs something like a 2-year deal or whatever, and he'll make like $10 million next year. We'll save $6 million in cap space, and they'll call it a day on that. But I don't prefer that to be the direction that they go, personally. I think you've got to put Jordan Brooks into his natural position. You got to save the money to put it in other places on the team that are more dire and desperate. And though we do have cap space, that $16.6 million is a significant portion of money to spend. Sam Dog says also left tackle and center need to be top priorities to address this offseason. Agreed, Sam Dog. They're my number. Those are my, as you can see on my list here with the top 10. Tackle, center, pass rusher. All of those make up my top 10 guys. Robert says, that's true. If anyone is used to can't sing above tackles, Russ is. Yeah, it's part of Rob. He's got a technique for it. I mean, he still is going to struggle to look over over linemen, but I would argue that he's going to struggle to look over a 6'5" lineman every bit as much as he's going to struggle to look over a 6'8" lineman. And this is why when you watch Russell, for instance, he has a deeper drop than just about any quarterback in the sport, right? He's like 9 yards behind the line of scrimmage. And in that extra yard of space is the extra yard of space perspective-wise that lets him to see a little bit better over the top of the lineman at that point. It also gives sometimes pass rushers cleaner angles to him, but it is what it is in that respect. You got a shorter quarterback, that's a little bit of the price of doing business with a shorter quarterback. Cardinals deal with the same thing with Kyler. There is going to be some limitations to their game, but if they're bringing some good to the other side of it, some dynamicism to the other side of their game, in scrambling and hitting the big plays, you're willing to do it. You're willing. Eddie Lopez says, I agree with you. I say let Jordan play in his natural habitat. Well said, man. Well said, Eddie. Thank you. Yeah, that's where I'm with it. Just let him go where he needs to naturally go. Jordan could be an impact middle linebacker in this sport. He's an okay will. He's a run-stuffing will linebacker right now. He could be an impact middle linebacker. What's better for him? And then you got $16.6 million. I mean, he's going to be a better player at the middle linebacker right now than what Bobby Wagner is right now, where his career's at. Undoubtedly. Again, there's just too many things that this makes sense of moving off from in my estimation. And I'm not going to love them when they're going to do the restructure because That's just $10 million less that we could have spent in better places. Boom Shakalaka says, yes, if we got another pro center and tackle, I'd be more than happily surprised. Offensive line's my top priority this offseason. That's where I stand on things. That's my number one priority first, and then defensive line second. Number one, number two. That's where I place them. That is where I place them. All right, well, we are going to finish up, get your last couple of comments on in here, questions, comments, remarks, trials, tribulations, anything you want to kind of mention in here to finish up. I will be back on Wednesday with my first draft board. I'm putting that together right now, and hopefully we'll have that kind of filled out. We're not going to be all the way to the 5th, 6th, 7th round guys, but at least the top 4 rounds will be pretty well fleshed out through all the positions at that point. I'm going to have some surprises on the board for you guys. I'm not just going with the consensus all the way down the line. This is just my personal little fun board, so to speak. Boom Shakalaka says it'll hurt to see B-Wags go, but we have to get better at the O-line. That's it. It's not a matter of it's a little bit like the Quandre deal. It isn't about not appreciating Bobby or seeing that he's so broken down as a player or that he doesn't provide some value to the team by remaining. It's just about how you can better allocate resources, and there are a finite amount of resources to allocate. So you got to put them in the right places. And spending $20 million on a middle linebacker over the last couple of years has not brought about the returns and results for that type of money on this defense. And so kind of got to retool it around, remove it around a little bit. Just move those assets in different places. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, man. That's all I'm saying. All right. Well, I think we got everybody on in here. So we will be back Wednesday with a draft board. Please be on the lookout for that. It'll be at 5 o'clock Western Standard Time. If you guys have anybody that you want me to look out to reach out to, any Seahawks former players you want to see me interview as part of the series like I did Chad Brown. If you haven't seen it, please go check out the Chad Brown interview I uploaded on the channel. Really, really proud of the interview. Chad did a great job with it. It's some great content on Seahawks lore. I'm going to be trying to do some more interviews. If you guys got some suggestions, place them down there in the comments. Reach out to these guys on Twitter. Reach out to them in Instagram. Say, hey, Hawksnest wants you to come over on the channel. We'll, of course, do anything, we'll promote them. We'll get them subscribers to their channel, whatever they need in that respect. But I do think this will continue to be another aspect of this channel as we do continue to go forward. Go Hawks. You have a good night. D-Nugget, hey, y'all. Happy offseason. Happy offseason, D-Nugget. Brian O'Connor, bring back KJ or not? I don't know. KJ indicated that he would be willing to come back on a veteran minimum deal. There seems to be a little bit of pride at play here with KJ, where he was asked a question on a recent interview of, well, if you were offered the veteran minimum by Seattle and you're offered the veteran minimum by Las Vegas, where do you go? Oh, I'd go to Las Vegas. KJ feels like he's worth a couple of $1 million alone in his impact in the locker room. I don't know if I agree with that. So I'm definitely not necessarily in that side of things of bringing him back at that point, unless it's on a veteran minimum deal, because he's only going to be playing Sam for me. That's his only role for us on the team. And if he's willing to do that, then great. Veteran minimum, sure. Outside of that, I don't know if I even want to spend $2 million. Maybe you could talk me into $2 million for a guy who could play Sam and still play well at Sam. But boy, even the Raiders were having to protect him last year in coverage. He can't move in space anymore. Frank Buckner says Brian Blades would be great. I did see Benny Blades was on the horn on Twitter, so I will maybe reach out to them, Frank. It's a great suggestion. I'll take a look at them and see if there's something with that we can do. D Nugget, thanks for saying hi. Yeah, D Nugget, thanks for jumping in, man. Appreciate you. Sam Dog says, any chance I see you at a gas this season? You know where I usually am. I see you at a game this season. I'll try to get to a game next year, Sam Dog. I definitely will try to get up. We're going to at least do a meet and greet type thing for the channel over on the west side early on in the year next year. So I'll definitely be getting over there at some point with that. But yeah, I'd like to go see a game next year. I would actually. So I'll try to get something in motion with that here as we get in the off season. User Big Hit, great show as always. Have a good night, everyone. Go Hawks. Thank you, User Big Hit Stick. You have yourself a great night. And Frank, again, a great suggestion on Brian Blades. I will reach out to Benny and see if we can get him in up on this. All right, well, I thank everybody here. Another great show. Carl Nearney, you absolutely killed it with your $100 donation, my guy. That was an amazing, amazing dono on the channel. I think you set a dono record with that one here on the channel. Thank you for that. Awesome of you. Thank you to all the rest, too, from Randall McDaniel to, of course, Charles Riley, Big Wave Dave, Hoodie Jube, who I got to go over there on the Saints channel, too. Paul Third as well. Appreciate all of you guys on that. If you like what you're listening to, please do hit the like button, even if you're listening to this on replay. It does help this channel out considerably. I do appreciate it as well. We will be back on Wednesday. We're just about to get to free agency. I know we're all chomping at the bit to see this team improve and to see the moves made that we want to see made so we can get back to contender status. And you know what, folks? I think those moves are coming. I think this year we're going to be aggressive. I think this year is going to be the outlier, the new, the anomaly, the different. Because they saw the old ways don't work last year. The old magic ain't working. You got to go find the new gods. So that's what they're going to do this year. I hope. I very much hope. I'm praying on my knees that they do. Learn your lessons. That is the theme of this offseason. And God, I hope they have finally learned it. I have seen your player interaction videos, Sam Dog. Maybe we can get met up at some point with that. We'll definitely give it a try. Ethan, you know, they just got to get Major League Baseball and MPA up at the crack of dawn and don't let them stop until the sun sets. Well, somebody's just got to give up a little bit of ground. You just got to come to the common ground in these negotiations. And they will. We may lose a couple games, but they'll get there eventually. They're not going to let a whole season go out of whack on that. No way, no how. All right, well, exciting times ahead here, folks. Free agency on the horizon, combine coming up, draft, all that right down the track, and say nothing of trades and re-signings, which we're going to be able to do here shortly. So we will be right back at it here on Wednesday. Hopefully we'll get some news coming down the track soon. I appreciate everybody watching. Please like, please subscribe. On the road to 10,000. Here we go. Let's get there. See if we can get there quick. I appreciate you guys. Love you guys. Thank you guys. But don't you ever forget, even in the doldrums of the offseason, don't you ever forget. Never forget now.